Hello. Just getting started. Um, I'm gonna give it a few minutes to see what kind of people show up, really. Because it's gonna be a long conversation. A long, long, long conversation. I have notes, quite a bit of notes. And we're gonna be talking about perception, reality, healing traumas, neurodivergence, neural pathways in the brain. We're going to talk about healing pathways in the brain. We're going to talk about awakening. We're going to talk about lots of different things. So yeah, this is, I wish I had I wanted to upload a banner at the back of the video. Hello, Noelle Claire. Hello, hello. Yay, thank you for the like. Yeah, so I'm gonna give it a couple minutes just before I get started because there's just really so much to cover, and I wanna give as many people a chance to get here. So if you could, we're talking about a lot of really heavy, deep things today, like really heavy, deep things, and it affects your identity, your perception, how to heal from traumas, because there's so much out there about coaching and being aware of different kinds of traumas, and there's so much and so many different opinions and people out there that are trying to coach you, and I don't know, I just feel like what I'm going to be sharing is going to be really, really helpful to kind of connect all the pieces of how are you perceiving your reality. What is your brain doing? Like, what is the actual processes that happens during traumas, and why does it affect your brain? We're gonna talk. Yeah, I literally here. I have my laptop right here, and I wish I could show you. I am gonna show you actually. I'm gonna show you just for the 3 people that are here right now, the depth of the information that I will be covering today. This is 2 days going of notes and things of these downloads that I'm getting. So this is one page of notes. Well, one document of notes. And then we've got another one here. This is another whole document of notes. For what we're going to be covering. And really, if you look back, like if you're familiar with my content, like if you've seen any of my content, I talk a lot about faith, and that's going to bother some people. But this is going to be, what I'm talking about is applicable to people who are in faith and who are not in faith. It is literally just human biology and how your body is designed to operate. And so this information is going to be helpful for anybody who has traumas, or who deals with confusion or anxiety, or anybody who wants to be in love and have a relationship, anybody who walks around and interacts with human beings on a day-to-day basis and thinks about thoughts while they're doing it, needs to hear the details of what I really believe that all the information, everybody's getting little bits and pieces. Everybody gets a little bit of the picture. And for some reason, over the last 2 days specifically, I was up all night getting messages, downloads of, I thought they were separate little bits and pieces that I was going to just make a bunch of different videos. But literally the Father is showing me, this is the point that is going to connect all the little dots for so many people. Like, this is it. So yeah, I have multi-page, from the Holy Spirit. Yes. So I call it downloads because I don't know what else. That's what it feels like. The information isn't from me. It is not from any type of spirit guide or source. It's from the creator of all things. Okay. I have a relationship with the source. People call it source. It's the creator of all things, and his name is Yahuwah. Okay. And you can take what I'm saying with a grain of salt and take everything, whether you are a Christian or whether you're a Torah keeper or an atheist or agnostic, whatever you hear me speaking, there will be things that you agree with, and then there will be things that you don't agree with because it doesn't make sense to your current understanding. And your job when I communicate the things is to take everything back and see if it resonates with you. Especially for those in faith, those who have a relationship with the Most High, with Yahweh Elohim, whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslims even believe that they have a creator with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But if you believe in any, I don't know, this is, yeah. So I appreciate you guys for sticking around. I've been kind of giving a little bit of intro for a while because I'm waiting for people to kind of get in. I made an announcement earlier today. I used to have a lot more followers on my account. I had like 115,000 followers, and I could count on a lot more viewers, but I haven't been live in a long time, and this is a new account, and I have a lot less viewers. But I also know that whoever's meant to hear this message is going to hear it, because I really felt like I was meant to go live. So I really appreciate anybody who is liking or sharing the live, tapping the screen. All it does, it doesn't cause you to do anything other than basically kind of boosts the video in the algorithm. Unapologetically, Gigi, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you. Saved by Grace and Mercy, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's so appreciated. But yeah, if you guys can keep sharing the live, keep liking the live. I've never asked. I literally, when I make videos and when I go live, I've never asked people to like or share or whatever a live. I've never done it, but I'm asking you this time because I know if you're a human being that perceives this reality, you're gonna need to hear it. And it applies to everybody. And I believe wholeheartedly that the dots that we're going to connect today will help so many people overcome traumas, so many people get out of clouds of confusion and chaos in their brain. I believe it'll help people feel grounded and centered, and less distraction, less chaos, more control over their lives and their identity and what they're doing. And that's applicable for anybody, regardless of the faith. It's just being a human being. It is given to every single one, despite what you believe. So yeah, it's been about 5 minutes, I guess, since I've gone live. I guess I'm going to look and see where I even need to start. And I'm going to start talking. And you guys are welcome. Anybody in the chat is welcome to ask any questions at all at any time. I've got you guys right here. My phone's plugged in, so my battery's not going to die. I've got my laptop right here with all my notes. We can go back and revisit things, ask as many questions as you want. I truly want to make sure that people are listening. It's not just me word vomiting, okay? I don't want to just puke all this on you and not give you, like, I want people to really process what I'm saying, and sometimes that requires questions. So please, 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 please ask questions. Please continue to share the live, especially if something that I say resonates with you. Share the live to people you know, because it really, if what I say impacts you, there's a chance that it'll impact other people. And that's the only reason I'm asking you to share. All right, let's get into it. All right, I'm gonna look at my notes real quick and see some of the oldest. It's been 2 days of just constant downloads. And so I'm just gonna look at my notes real quick and see where we're starting. All right, the first, it's not in order of where the downloads came in, but we're going to start with the top of my first file. And it says, all living beings are computers. Okay? I'm going to say things, and there's going to be layers and layers and layers of depth that we're going to have to explore in each thing. So if something doesn't make sense to you right away, it probably won't. And just, I'm going to keep Let's dissect that. Yeah, we're going to dissect that. I'm going to try to say things and then go into detail because it matters. We are living in a simulation 1000%. All living beings are computers. That includes the trees, that includes the flies that buzz around the poop piles, that includes human beings, that includes every single thing on the earth that is considered alive. The difference between the computers is like the hardware, okay? So what we learn in school, I think I'm going to put my hair up. It's just going to be very distracting because I have sensory issues and I'm going to keep feeling my hair touching me. Computers don't have souls though. I know. So we'll get to that, okay? We'll get to that. The only thing that has a soul, yes, but simulation sounds weird. Yes, it does. It does sound weird. We are rogue AI. It does sound weird, but I promise it's all going to make sense, okay? So, yeah, all living beings are computers. And if you think of what we learn in school when you're in like middle school biology class, and I was a biology and chemistry major. I fell in love with biology because I needed to know the inner workings of how how it ran, what happened, like the cause and effect for all the things, and that led me to here. But in biology class, we all learned about how the different like categories of things. So we've got kingdom, genus, species. If you guys remember that at all, totally understand that need. So yeah, kingdom, genus, species. If you guys are familiar with like those categories, remember like sorting out and you had to figure out what certain things were categorized and whatever. Your kingdom, genus, species, categories define hardware. So that defines the type of computer that it is. So you have computer chips in a car, and that computer functions completely different than my laptop that's sitting right here. It has completely different hardware. They are all computers, regardless of the hardware, is designed to receive data, do stuff with data, and then put data out. Computers compute data, which is what every single thing that is given life on this earth is. We are all super advanced computers. And I'm going to explain why and all of that, but that's like the understanding we need to come to when we're thinking about what we're all processing, okay? Because everything that is alive is living within something, right? Some contained reality that we're all observing and we're all interacting with, which means everything that's alive has to have a processing system. It has to have a way to take in the data around us, do something with the data, and then have waste, essentially. And that's what we're doing. So how is a tree a computer just like a human being is a computer? Because they're so different. Different hardware. Both is an energy flow, right? So for people who understand biofields and spirituality and how, or some people call it an aura, we have a spiritual presence around us, like a bubble that is unseen that stretches outside of our physical. This is the flow of energy in us all, okay? We, as humans, as human beings, are like larger versions of the atom, okay? And there's a positive and negative aspect, there's left and right, there's duality in our bodies, brain and heart. It creates an energy flow, like a magnet, like how magnets have a north and south pole, and they create an energy flow around them, okay? We are the same as an atom. And the exact same thing is for anything that is alive. Anything that is living must have a flow of this energy. And so, like, the best possible way to be able to visualize what that flow of energy is to look at a tree, okay? If you look at a tree as a scan, and you remove all the dirt and stuff, and you just see the fractals of the branches up above, and then you just see the fractals of the root system down below. It's a mirror image, okay? Because the roots of the tree are soaking up the energy. We learn in biology and stuff that they're soaking up nutrients from the soil. It's true, but they're also soaking up the electromagnetic field of the earth, okay? I understand, but computer is an inventory term, but I understand why you're using that word. Yes, so it's just, my gifting is literally, I'm meant to be able to explain things in ways that people can understand. That's why I'm given the understanding that I'm given, is literally just to be able to put pieces together in the simplest way for people to grasp it. Because this world intentionally makes things the most confusing as possible. Intentionally tries to direct your brain from the reality. It intentionally tries to make it seem like it's so far from what reality actually is. So I'm trying the best that I can to communicate in ways that, like, gets around preconceived notions, gets around cultural like biases or religious biases. I want to like the Father communicates with me in ways that the most people, hey sis! So if you guys don't follow my process-driven life down here, she is absolutely amazing. Out of all the people, like I would absolutely support her and trust her with wisdom beyond her years, wisdom that surpasses all understanding because she gets it from the Father. So my process-driven life, follow her if you want to know at least the ways of Elohim and Yahuwah and that sort of thing. She's also got an amazing business, and I am going to be duetting one of your candle videos because it's so cool. But anyway, so I've been given a gift. I'm nothing special. It is literally just a, hey, this is what everybody kind of feels and knows, and people are arguing about it, but it's because nobody really knows the full picture. And in all reality, if we just understood the core that connects us all, it would all make sense. So that's my goal. So anyway, back to this whole concept. All living beings are computers, and by computers, I simply mean we are meant to process information, okay? Computation. Computers, when we apply that logic to our current understanding, computers means a technological, like a piece of technology, obviously. And don't apply that logic. Think of it as energy computation. Energy transformation, transmutation. One form of energy, you mess around with a little bit, and then there's output. Input, output. That's what we need to think about. Everything that's alive is a computer. And the first, like how we sort, there's like a way to categorize every single thing and every single person as if it was a computer, okay? So we're going to go down this like rabbit hole of computers for a little bit. Is there a place where this live is going to be recorded and available? TikTok will technically record it. I imagine that I will end up, I'm going to use this to end up going towards setting up a Patreon account. TikTok has already shown me that they're not going to be supportive of the type of content that I'm going to be releasing. I just had a community violation today, and they already took down one of my videos for community guidelines violations for misinformation. And I don't even say any words. I'm literally just duetting another video. And whatever. I reposted it without hashtags and stuff, so you can go watch it if you want. But I already know, because I already had an account banned. I know that if I keep talking about this stuff on videos, on TikTok, I'm just going to lose the account again. So what I'm thinking I'm doing is I'll go live to share things like this. And then, like I have a Patreon account that I'm just brand new getting started. And there I want to be able to have like bigger chunks of study, and like I have a chat feature to where we can all chat back and forth, so as we're in the process of healing and learning and stuff. So that's in the process. I want to hear this teaching, but I'm about to walk into a competition. No worries. This stuff that I'm coming, like, I know that what I'm sharing now is not going to just be like, oh, it's shared, everybody's going to understand it now, because it's not. I feel like this is going to take people some time to digest, and it's not going to get everybody at once. And so therefore, I'm going to need to revisit everything that I'm sharing today. But yeah, so we are going to lose free speech online in 100%. Yes. So yeah, I'm already feeling the heat from TikTok again, and I don't even have 10,000 followers yet. I have a feeling this is not, if I keep going with making content, I'll get banned again. But anyway, let's get back into it. All beings, all life is a computer processor. Kingdom, so what kingdom they're in, what genus they're in, what species they're in, all of those categories that we learn in school, those define the hardware of the computer. So kingdom, a tree versus a human being, you can clearly see that there are different components to their processors. The tree, the root system below and the branches above, soak up the information and then put the information out, and it creates a toroidal field. That is what a computer does in our reality, okay? It creates a field, and the human beings are the same way. There's new age concepts and like all these like chakra systems, and literally the enemy has taken the truth of how our body works, twisted it, and labeled it as like, hey, this is mine. I own this understanding, and it's false. Christians have no idea that they're batteries, that they are energy processors, computers, manipulators. It's all part of what like the deception of this reality is, to disconnect us from what we really are. So once we get from kingdom, genus, species, and you realize like, okay, all of these things are completely different kinds of computers, but we really, like, different kinds of computers have different hardware. So like a snake can see an infrared vision, but we can't. Why? Human beings are given so much, right? We're given so much. We're given 5 senses, your 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. These are our bits of hardware, okay? These are our energy portals. And for people who are like Christian, who understand scripture at all, scripture of lift up ye ancient gates. This is your eyes. This is your ears. Our hardware as a human being is programmed and limited by our 5 senses. So our perception, the tools we're given in this reality to perceive it, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, touch. That's what we're all born with. We all technically have a 6th sense. It's real. It's there, but it's not active in everybody. But we all have 5 senses, and that is our hardware. The hardware for humans is 5 senses, and our 5 senses are energy portals. The energy that's around us, this is where we're getting to that matrix conversation, right? Energy around us is unchanging. Like, for the most part, we're just going to stick to the code that runs all things. The energy that we're perceiving is the same, but our eyes are given the ability to see a certain frequency. We visually pick up the light, okay? We pick up the visual frequencies. Our ears, in the same reality, it's just reality. It's not light and sound and whatever. It's a figment of our imagination. What we're doing is our eyes are processing the reality, and our eyes are able to pick up certain frequencies. So our eyes don't see. Our eyes are not the ones formulating the image. Our eyes pick up the data. That's it. Our eyes pick up the data. Our brain processes the data and gives us an image. Our ears are literally programmed to be hardware components to pick up auditory frequency, which is a completely different range of energy than visual energy. Our olfactory senses are the same. Our taste receptors are the same. It's different portals to process and absorb the energy around us. That's all that it is. Our brains are what connect all the little pieces together and formulate the reality that we're experiencing. So humans are limited in that technically our brains could do anything in this reality, technically. But science proves that we only use about 20% of our brains, right? Why? Why do we only use 20% of our brains? Because we're not meant to be God. That's why. That's why. You know why so many of these other like new age awakening things talk about you are your own God? Because it's true. Okay? And this is where idolatry comes into, okay? Human beings are granted so much power in this life, so much capability, that the awakening process either turns you into your own God and you can live in that and manipulate the reality around you through manifestation because it works. You create yourself God, or you learn to submit to a higher power. And this is where human beings are limited. Why are there animals that can see into parts that we can't see into? Why are there animals that have higher senses of hearing? All of creation is given insane levels of ability that humans are not, perception and giftings and things, because again, if human beings had it all, we wouldn't seek a creator. And so this is where we're going to get into like the fallen angels or the Anunnaki or Enkill and Ne and Thoth, and like it's all the same people, okay? Aliens, interdimensional beings, fallen angels, Anunnaki, star seed, alien life. It's all the same and it's real, okay? What they did, the whole reason why they came and they manipulated genetics, why did they cross spiritual and human? Because they wanted the best of both worlds. Why did they cross animals, different animals, with humans? They literally made human-animal hybrids. Why did the Egyptian gods and things have half animals? Because these beings were real, and what they wanted to do was remove the human limitation. That is what it has been about since the beginning of time. The fruit from the tree, removing human limitations, okay? Fallen angels come down, the watchers come down, mess with genetics, teach people how to be gods, teach people how to stay young and beautiful forever, manipulate and cause people to become genetic hybrid beings where you can change the shape of your skin if you want and become a reptile if you want, because there's certain features about being they literally wanted to combine human with other technology because it is the belief of this world that humans as they are is not good enough and must be improved. So what do we see going on today? We see hybrids, we see cloning, we see artificial intelligence, we see the combining of different things. It's all happening, okay? So computers are not meant to mush together. We are all living, we are all computers, we are all plugged into this electrical system. Everything is energy around us, and we're just given bodies to process the reality we live in. That's what we are. The difference between humankind and everything else is that humankind has a soul. Everything is spirit. Animals are spiritually aware, 100%. You know how a dog can sense whether someone's good or bad and all that? Animals have spiritual perception, but animals don't have souls. Souls is only meant for humans. Souls come directly from the Father of all things. Demons never had souls. The children of the Nephilim never had souls. That's why they died and became demons, because they were spiritual beings with flesh, but they didn't come from the Father, so they didn't have souls. That is what sets the human apart from everything else that exists in reality. Everything is a computer that is just a vessel operating. Why do animals follow instinct, right? Why do birds migrate? Why do baby animals know certain things? Because all of nature the tides, the oceans, the birds, everything that doesn't have soul doesn't have free will. Okay? Soul equals free will. And animals can't sin because animals don't have soul. Animals don't have free will. Animals are spiritual, but they don't have the ability to disobey their creator. They don't have the ability to think, I don't like doing what I'm told to be doing. I'm not going to do it. That's not how animals work. They have a code just like we have a code. They can't choose to be anything other than what they are. They can't. They can't act outside. There are like little things of mutations, and obviously there are like things in nature that are outside of the norm, okay? But that is a noticeable something is different. All of nature follows the code. That's Torah, okay? If you can receive it, the code that is existent in all things, the wisdom in all things is Torah. Every single thing that lives and breathes and works in this reality obeys the law of the Most High to a T. And the only people who don't, the only things that don't, are humans. Why? Because we're given all these insane capabilities. We see this reality, and rather than having our souls submit to a higher power who calls out to us our entire lives, we think we're gods. Yeah, and we want to make decisions for ourselves. We want to process reality for ourselves. We want to put labels on everything for ourselves, to find good and wrong for ourselves. We are made in the image of the Most High. Nothing else that lives is. And that's the burden and the blessing of being given free will. That's the burden and blessing of being in this life, and it's your choice. You get to operate in this reality submitted to your own guiding light or to the light of something else. Now, there are people that have their own guiding light, and that's way better than having somebody else's opinion as your guiding light, because that's such a broken state of being, to be honest, and we'll cover that right now. Thank you for any likes and shares, guys. I've been missing comments and stuff. I know I'm just talking. I'm talking because this is going to happen. But any likes and shares, I really feel like this stuff is going to help a lot of people understand themselves and other people. So let's get back into what this is. After hardware, though, so after kingdom, genus, species, human beings, let's get to humans now. Throw out all of the other forms of life that exist, all other computers. We don't care about other computers because in all reality, we don't really need to understand how a cat processes this reality. We don't need, it would be cool. Honestly, now that I think about it, it would be really cool to understand how other computers process this reality, but we don't need to. So we're going to focus on humans. Going down, so we've got kingdom, genus, species, that's all hardware. Now, hardware's decided we're going to stick with humans. So human beings, our hardware is, we have bodies, we have 5 senses: sight, sound, mouth, taste, touch. For those who are awakened, we get a 6th sense, okay? But that's not for a lower, this is later on, we'll cover this later on. They're technically our 6 senses and even more available to us with awakening. The 6th sense is an organ. It's a pineal gland. It's called the God organ. New Age calls it a third eye. Christians are scared of it as if it's demonic. It is opened in the awakening process. You can either have your third eye opened by demonic power, which is spirit. You can have a demonic spirit enter and open that. Or you can have the spirit, the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, open it. That's it. But it's an awakening that opens this. And the whole energy flow system that we talked about, that whole chakra system, guess what? Chakras are real, guys. Guess what? You can label it however you want to. You can try to make it demonic if you want to. It's literally how your body was designed. Your organs, all your major organs, are pinpointed to different points along your spine, and it all comes with processing your reality. It all comes with awakening and understanding, getting out of like darkness and shame and negativity, and then you get into just consideration and exploration and learning, and then acceptance, and then unconditional love. It's a process, guys, and this whole thing, the energy flow, that's all that it's about, to get the awakening. But Abba's language, only those who receive are the obedient ones. We will have one language. Yes, we will. And it will be the Hebrew language. Yes, it's prophetic. It is a reason why the awakened ones are, the chosen ones, the remnant, are learning the Hebrew language. Our brains, and this is something that a small group, there's a little tidbit, a small group and I talked about this. It's in prophecy that in the end times, he will give us a holy tongue. When Abram became Abraham, Yahuwah instructed an angel to open Abraham's mind to the tongue of creation. That'll be a language that we all will learn. The people who rule in the millennial reign will know Hebrew. We will speak Hebrew, biblical Hebrew too, which is a little bit different. Yes. You are called to Hebrew for a reason, okay? You're going to start learning Hebrew, and what you'll find is your brain will pick it up so fast, you'll be like, oh my gosh, this language makes more sense than my first language. This language resonates with me more than English does. Yep, because it does. Because the Hebrew language is what is written into our DNA. Literally. If the creator of all things gave his name in Hebrew when he spoke in Hebrew, what do you think if we're living in a matrix, what do you think the code is that makes up our reality? What do you think? If the language that Yahuwah spoke to all his people, it's Hebrew, okay? Gematria, numerology. People think that's demonic because, yeah, it can be. Because it's real power. The spirit realm runs on mathematics. The spirit realm runs on mathematical fractals. It's a perfect system. You cannot step outside of Torah. You can't step outside of eternal wisdom. The same mathematics that make flowers bloom in perfect symmetry are the same mathematics that create fractals in the trees. Fibonacci sequence, yes. The same fractals that create streams as streams start to form. It's a mathematical sequence that has been programmed and spoken from the beginning of time. It's the code. And this is where it all matters. The people who will rule, Yeshua, the King of Glory, the one who sits on the throne, who is coming again in the end days, pours out eternal wisdom on his children. And this will involve seeing the code, understanding the Hebrew language, and seeing behind the scenes in ways that human beings have never been able to do yet. Why do you think Yeshua literally walked on water? Yeshua literally brought people back from the dead. Yet he said, greater than me, greater than the things that I do, you will do. Why? Because the amount of wisdom that's poured out onto this earth has to match the amount of corruption, right? Everything's balanced. Everything is yin and yang. That's a masculine and feminine, darkness and light. There's a reason why all the other religions in the world understand that concept, and Christians just kind of don't, because we are afraid of everything that we don't understand. And I'm not a Christian anymore. I do not identify as that label, but people who believe in God, in whatever capacity it is, limit their brain through fear, through religious dogma and stuff like that. Darkness and light. The amount of darkness and deception that is present in this world now is more than it ever has been in the history of the world, right? That is why wisdom is increasing. Because the Father is not going to let his true sheep be deceived. Absolutely not. So in order to make sure that his true sheep are not deceived by what's going on, this type of information, it's just now coming out. People are just now waking up to it because we have to, because the deception is so great. So let's get, sis, Geneva, it's so good to see you again. Victoria, hello. Thank you for anybody who's liked and shared. I literally am this far into this, guys. I'm this far. out of pages of notes, okay? This is intense. So, let's get back to computers, okay? If we're all computers with all the same hardware, for the most part, human beings are all given the same hardware. The exception are neurodivergence to neurotypical. That's different hardware. That's a different way in which the brain processes information. This isn't even written in my notes. I just know it's relevant right now. This is literally what I'm talking about. Things just... People who are neurodivergent, also categories like schizophrenia or different mental illnesses, multiple personality disorder, neurodivergents are overstimulated and overwhelmed because the hardware... Oh, I'm built different. Yes. The hardware of a neurotypical person and a neurodivergent person is different. So let's go from the computer understanding real quick to like a radio. Imagine if part of our electrical components is we have a radio, okay, in our heads. Like your pineal gland. Remember, imagine that being your antenna. Okay, everybody's got an antenna off the top of their heads, and this antenna can receive signals, okay? A neurodivergent person has the ability to control, or a neurotypical person has the ability to control what frequencies they're picking up. They can tap into just one at a time. They can literally listen to one thing and put all their attention in one thing, and they don't have a bunch of other things going on. They don't have lots of other stimuli coming in and trying to get to their attention, because their brain has the ability to tune into one frequency and one frequency alone, by choice. A neurodivergent brain is a blessing and a gift, because a neurodivergent brain doesn't have that. Their frequency is, they're kind of more like an open receiver. They're just kind of out there in the world, able to receive frequencies. Like, so an autistic person or an ADHD person varies a little bit from like schizophrenia and those types of things. They're not crazy, just so you know. People with schizophrenia aren't actually nuts. Their brain, autistic person or somebody with ADHD, they're not necessarily picking up different frequencies on a dial. Like, they're not dialing as much as they are just, they're an open receiver kind of, and they can get different stimuli all at the same time, which is why autistic people are existing in their heads, which is why so many people who are autistic, like myself, like, we mask, but it's because we're just receiving more. We're just receiving more than people are not. And when it's well managed, it's why autism and ADHD is a blessing. Why so many of the richest people in the world are well managed neurodivergence. It's a blessing. I guarantee you the people in the Bible that made the most mistakes but also did the most for the kingdom were neurodivergent people. Moses, neurodivergent. Moses had a speech problem, was not, like, couldn't speak in front of people, but yet he was used. David danced and sang and, like, wore clothing and did lots of mistakes and crazy things, but I'm literally speechless. This makes so much sense. Yes, it does. The people who are the most gifted in this world are neurodivergent, because their brains simply have the ability to receive more information than everybody else, okay? Now, if we take this a step farther to schizophrenic people, okay? Schizophrenics and their prophets, mismanaged prophets, and that's what's really sad, is that a schizophrenic person not only can receive, like, not only has the ability to just receive different stimuli in one frequency, schizophrenics literally have their hardware is designed to pick up and be able to receive every frequency that exists. Their brains are not limited to, like, their brains are not limited. And it's a blessing and a curse for schizophrenics, because a schizophrenic either becomes a prophet of the Most High and is able to fathom and see all these things, and they're getting down, they're either centered on truth, or a schizophrenic is literally one of the most demonically possessed people in this world, because they have no way of knowing that what they're receiving are real spirit beings, are real things talking to them on different frequency settings, okay? They're not nuts. They're literally gifted and then medicated because they don't understand the gifting. Which is why a lot of schizophrenic people say a lot of things. You're like, how do you know that? That's so weird, right? Because schizophrenics can hear from angels, they can hear from the Most High, they can hear from demons, they can hear from, they literally, schizophrenic people hear from all these different things. And what's crazy, this is where we're going to get into perception. They see the things that, when people see things, it's because they're there. Okay, we're gonna take a beat on that. We're gonna go back to this whole hardware and whatever. So, for the most part, human beings, unless you're neurodivergent, neurotypical, there's a couple other little things, but hardware for the most part is the same for all humans because we all have the same senses. Beyond hardware, what is the next, like if you're thinking of computers, like I've got a laptop right here. My laptop is a gaming PC because I used to be a gamer, and it's made by Nitro, okay? The processing system is Windows, okay? That same type of what's the operating system is the same exact thing that can be found in humans. Think about that for a second. What is your operating system, okay? Your operating system, so like your phone's operating system could be OS. Your phones, they can look exactly the same. You've got one phone that looks like a smartphone and another phone that looks just like a smartphone. And unless you open them up and look inside, they look exactly the same because the hardware is really the same, but the operating system is different. So we're now, like, we're beyond kingdom, genus, species. We are now into operating systems. So if your physical computer's operating system could be Windows or Apple or Android or whatever it is, what is that equal to as a human computer? Okay, this is another whole concept that you guys are going to have to grasp. Your operating systems are the labels that you apply to yourself in your own mind. Are you Republican? Are you a wife? Are you gay? Are you liberal? Are you a teacher? Are you an artist? Are you a business owner? Are you a child of the Most High? Are you God to yourself? Your operating system is essentially completely controlled by every single label that you come into agreement with, okay? Because it is just like how an operating system in a phone, like an iPhone to an Android phone, the operating system controls how the phone processes the information, okay? Same with humans. When you put a label on yourself, as one of the biggest labels, liberal or conservative, right? One of the most polarizing labels among the human race, especially in this country, liberal and conservative. When you willingly choose to slap a label on your mind of I'm conservative, you're making your processing system only operating within that confinement. You cannot process anything else outside of that label that you are a Republican. Everything is looked at, your perception, as if you're a Republican, okay? And the more labels that you attach to yourself through your own desires, your goals, through labels of like people you're trying to be like, or if you're really self-conscious, labels that you let like people label you with. These are things that the more you come into agreement with, like if you say, hi, I'm going to just say this, okay? Look, hi, I'm Jenna. I'm a mom, a wife, a mom, or I'm a mom, a wife, an artist, I'm a business owner, I have this. Everything I declare about myself dictates how my brain is processing the reality. Yes, Shiloh, the lenses that we see this reality through is based solely on the labels that we apply to our own selves. That's it. The moment you stop taking sides and applying labels, the greater power, the more perception you have, the more ability you have to process the information around you. Like, if you stop being so for the left or so for the right and forcing your mind to operate in the label of I'm a Republican, I must think like a Republican, I must do Republican things and talk to Republican people and follow. Stop. Okay? Stop. This is why identity, your identity, the labels you put on yourself is your operating system. Okay? Guess what? This world wants to label everybody as gay. If they have homosexual tendencies or whatever, this entire world, even though the Most High doesn't at all label you with your sexual identity. The Most High never will, but guess what? This world does. This world says this world says you're gay, and you must therefore operate in that mindset, processing the reality that everybody responds to you as if you're a gay person, and everybody will look at you like you're a gay person, and every decision you have to make is because you're gay. Is this making sense to people? Like, your labels are your own doing. The Most High doesn't do it. The only label that the Most High is going to give you is you're made in my image. Now, what are you going to do with it? That's it. That's the label. That's the only one you need to work on. Every other label that you put is a limiting to what you're able to process. Okay? That's your processing system, your operating system. Are you gay? Are you a wife? Think about those things and start thinking about how the labels that you put on yourself and how you operate in this world, how it might be affecting your perception. Like, if I'm trying really, really hard to make decisions because I really want to be a good wife, that is not a bad thing, right? But the moment I let I'm a wife first, the moment I make that my priority, my label, my identity, I will start to process this information, process the world, ignoring certain data that is there. I will literally ignore certain truths that don't match up with my what I'm trying to perceive of I'm a wife, I'm a good wife, I want to be a good wife. So that's pretty much that. Indeed, as if we customize our thoughts to yourselves. Yes. You have the ability to control how you label yourself. That's your first step. Like, out of all of this process that I'm teaching you guys, the very first awakening thing I need you to be aware of is start looking at all the labels you apply to yourself. Every single one. Because there's gonna be, and you need to get to the core of who you are and what you were put on this earth for. And if you can't figure out who you are truly at your deepest core and what you were put onto this earth for, you're just applying labels to yourself. Labels the enemy gave you, labels that your parents gave you, labels that your teacher gave you, labels your best friend gave you, labels your spouse gave you, labels that your own mistakes and your own shame and your own guilt put inside your head. If you have any labels like bopping around down there that isn't, I'm a child of the Most High, I'm made in the image of the Creator, and I have this entire world at my disposal according to His will, if that's not your perception that no other labels matter, then you have lies in your head that you need to reconcile. It's okay to be an artist. I'm an artist. It's okay to be a mom. We have to do these things. The point is, do not let the things that you do become the thing that you are. That's the difference. Operate in this reality, but your actions, your mistakes, your past, present, and future cannot become your label, cannot become who you are. You will limit everything you perceive. All right, I guess we're going to take a little bit of a, before we get into this, let's see. Yeah, a little bit of a, I guess, pinpoint in this, like talking about perceptions in the brain and all that. We're going to get into why the five senses matter, why your operating system matters, okay? Because your 5 senses are the ones that take in the data, right? It's just literally like, you can think of it as ones and zeros if you want, because that's computer code. Literally just imagine it as basic as you can of just frequency going into this gate. Frequency going into this gate. You're literally just picking it up. The quality and condition, so if your eyes are sick, if your body's sick in some capacity, you're not going to be able to process this reality the way that you need to. Which is, and for my Torah observant people who are in the chat, this is why Torah is so important. It's not about self-righteousness. It's literally because the creator of all things understands the code he wrote. And he literally gave us a set of rules that says, hey, if you follow this, you will be better off. Because his code, he gave us the user's manual to program our operating system and our body the best that we can to make sure we're processing reality correctly. Anything outside of that, if our diet makes us sick and we've got riddled with parasites and cellular inflammation and we've got hormonal imbalances and heavy metals and candida overgrowth inside us, which is literally everybody today, and our pineal gland is calcified because our diet and our water and everything since we've been born is designed to poison us and kill us. Yeah. Body health matters, okay? You can be saved and be sick as a dog, but you'll be miserable, okay? You can be saved for salvation and be dead on your feet. But guess what? The Most High doesn't want that. So if your physical vessel is sick, that is one limitation. You're not going to perceive things accurately. You're not going to pick up the data accurately. Just the accuracy of the data being computed, being transmutated from one source, light, transmutated into an electrical frequency, basically, or sound transmutated into an electrical frequency. Your physical vessel, the health of your physical vessel, is in control of the quality of your perception. The operating system that you operate in, we've already talked about labels and stuff like that. You have the ability to choose to use your operating system according to the labels of this world or according to the Father. According to the Father. I'm trying to process here where to go from here. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Human by Highly Suspect. Hello. I'm just catching up on things on this, guys, and I'm trying to think of where to go from here on this whole thing. I'm so not in it very deep. Okay. Processing systems, operating systems, labels. The next thing, so on a computer, after processing systems, how do we use a computer? And what I thought of was the web browser. Like you got, what is it, Google Chrome, Firefox, just the system that, whatever that is, Firefox or Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, those things. Those things are the authority that we place over us. Whatever we make our browser, so like, you know how you can set, this is your primary browser. If you want to set Google Chrome as your primary browser, you can. Whatever you make your primary browser is the authority you place over yourself. You're putting the browser, you're saying you have a right to decide all the information that I get to access, pretty much, whatever browser you select. So your browser is authority you place over yourself. Whatever we make our browser will dictate the kinds of information we can receive. Our browser will either cause us to find the truth, but it also will cause us to miss certain things. So Like if you got DuckDuckGo, you got Google, there are different types of search engines and browsers and things that, depending on who you submit yourself to and what you're using as your information source, this is going to completely control the type of information you have access to. If you're submitting yourself to science as your browser, you will literally limit yourself to only what science shows you as truth. So yeah, is science your authority? Is the government your authority? Are your parents your authority? Who is it that you're putting in your brain as, this is where I find my truth from? That's your browser or search engine. It says some browsers are less corrupt. A browser is where you are seeking truth. This and other categories behind this one are all dictating how we process information still. Everything thus far, so we've got kingdom, genus, species defining hardware. So hardware, operating system, those are your labels. You've got your browsers. Everything up to this point controls how you process information. And this is where it now divides. We're no longer going to be talking about how we process information. This is, up to this point, all we've looked at is how is your brain laid out and how can you predict how it is going to process the information you give it. That's where we're at so far, is how is your brain processing the information it's been given. But all of our existence, when we're on computer, it isn't just one tab, right? We don't just have one tab open when we're doing things, right? So after the browser, we're typing things in, and whatever search engine we use or whatever, that's our processing, that's our authority. Within the authority, though, we can have tabs, right? We can have one tab open or 1,000,000 tabs open, right? Tabs are the ways in which we try to make sense of things. Tabs are like your brain making separate little categories for all the little things that it's trying to process. And you can have one tab open and you're focused on it and you're like, wow, I'm consciously aware of what I'm processing. This is when you're on the page, like I'm literally on my tab of my document that I'm talking to you guys. This is what my brain is focused on. But guess what? I've also got at least 10 other tabs. I'm pretty sure it's like 10 other tabs open. Now, at the moment, my tab, the only one I'm aware of is the one I'm on, right? I'm kind of aware a little bit, like I can see that there are other tabs open, but I don't get to see the full picture of what's there. I don't know what's there, actually. In order for me to really digest what is in each tab, I have to click into, oh look, I'm open to Facebook now. I can process my Facebook tab now, guys. Before, when I was on my video note tab, I had my Facebook tab open. My Facebook tab was running in the background. At any point, as I'm doing what I'm trying to do, I can look up and see that the Facebook tab is there because it's running in the background, taking up space in my brain, but it's not space enough to where I can consciously be aware of what's going on Facebook the whole time. These are your tabs. These are your thought processes. This is literally all the junk that you allow to pile up. Okay, I'm going to go back to my tab about my thing here. Tabs are your brain trying to process reality real time. Each tab is a separate thought process. You can only be active and present with one at a time. I don't care how good you think you are at multitasking. This is why 90% of the people who operate in this reality have no ability to be present in the present moment, because they have no idea how to center themselves and shut off all the little tabs. Literally, I know plenty of people like it, that they think they're present in their current reality. They think they just are talking about one subject. They think that they're looking at one thing and they're perceiving it accurately. But here's the problem. When you have multiple tabs going, let's say we're having a conversation right now. You're listening to me. Yeah, I can't shut off tabs. Exactly. You are listening to me right now talk to you. But at the same time, you've got to worry about what you're cooking for dinner. You've got to worry about the fact that the laundry still isn't folded. You worry about the fact that your husband's coming home in 2 hours and you haven't done anything yet, and you're worried about, is he going to be mad at me? Every single thought that you have that, oh, here we go. Hold on. TikTok is having me confirm, because I've been live for an hour. I have been live for an hour and I feel like I'm this far into what I'm talking about. It's been a couple days, guys. It's been a couple days. I can't even believe it's been an hour. Okay. If you have open tabs, it does not matter how much you want to focus. It doesn't matter how much you really love the person that you're talking to. You can try as hard as you want to look at them in the eyes, but if you have multiple tabs going, your brain at any point could be reminded, oh yeah, squirrel, like, oh yeah, that one thing. And you forget the tab that you're supposed to be focused on because your brain has too much freaking stuff going on at once. This is also when you look at the hardware processing, like for a tab, for like a little, the difference between tabs with neurodivergent and neurotypical, we see a huge difference. Even though hardware visually looks the same from the outside, neurotypical to neurodivergent, there's no evidence of a difference. We see the difference more surely in neurodivergence, neurotypical, once we get to the tabs level. That's when we see the visual evidence, because a neurotypical person has the ability to stay on one tab better. Okay, their brain has, again, it's a this. What tab are you on? A neurotypical person has the ability to stay a little bit more focused on a tab. They might have other thought processes, but their brain doesn't often come along and like hijack them and like without consciously trying to shift the focus. So an autistic person will can't consciously choose what tab to focus on. They can't do it. All they have is multiple tabs going at once, and it's stimulation. It's painful. Sound can be painful. Why? Because their brain is literally processing sight, sound, feeling, spiritual things going on. They're processing the thing that happened last week. They're processing the facial expressions on the person next to them. They're processing the sound of the water dripping in the bathroom sink that you can hear, that nobody else can hear, but they can hear it all at the same time. It's a gift. It is a spiritual ability to tune into so many things. But it's also why having a guiding light is so important. The more gifted you are, the more you can perceive. It is either going to ruin you and burden you and weigh you down, which is the autistic mind, is just the autistic mind. If they are not masked and operating, it's literally just an overwhelmed mind with stimuli. That's what it is, because they don't have an ability to control their tabs. They can't close out their tabs. It's physically impossible. Their brains, an autistic person will never have just one tab. Their brains are not operated that way. They were born with like 50 tabs going. You can't close them. Just part of it. You just can learn how to operate that and just be aware of the different tabs. And that's why it becomes a superpower later on, because once you know how your brain works and you start to take control over that, an autistic person can realize, oh my gosh, I'm taking up all these things at once. What if I try to be conscious of it? What if I just sit back and just let my brain absorb all the information? That's what's dangerous about an autistic mind, a neurodivergent mind. And Oh, little bit of a side thing. You are not, every single person is born with limitations. One of the limitations that is not on neurodivergence is that ability to only have one tab. Okay, so neurodivergence, that's one limitation removed. Okay, everybody else has limitation. Everybody else can only process one tab at a time. Autistic people, neurodivergent people are given the ability. Their brain has, it's not a deficit. Their brain is not deficient. Their brain has just less limitations on it. It's literally the Father saying, I'm going to give your brain less code, saying it, telling it that you can't pick this up right now. It's just less limitation. But everybody from the moment of birth, you are programmed with certain limitations because you're not meant to do everything. We're all gifted differently. We are all given things that make us special, but every single person is given limitations. And when we see like gifted people or genius, right? What is genius? Genius is defined as like supernatural or superhuman intelligence or abilities. Autistic people like Rain Man, or there's this one autistic savant syndrome. That's what it's called. Savant syndrome is an example of what Yah does when he says, I'm going to remove certain limitations from your brain, but I have to, because you can't be God, I have to give you physical limitations. That's what's happening. Rain Man had super advanced mental capabilities because the Father removed the limitations on his brain in that aspect. Gifting beyond normal people. But because if Rain Man was given that kind of mathematical ability, but not the other side of it, of the disability, this man would run the world, right? He would literally be unstoppable. Savant syndrome is so that the Father can show beauty and give things that like inspire us. Like I watched this one savant, she's like, I think her name is Lucy. She's a piano player and she travels the world and just has the most incredible ability to play from just look her up. I'm pretty sure her name is Lucy. She is a savant. But Lucy, when she's playing, does this. And to most people, that looks like mental retardation, right? Like that's a trigger word for most people. I understand that. But it is literally because the Father gave her a gift so powerful that if she didn't have the mental handicap, she would be way more risk at thinking of herself as a god. That's savant syndrome. What's really interesting is because I've had 5 head injuries, this is why I've gotten into this study. There's also something that can happen to your brain after head injuries or near-death experiences, okay? When you come close to death or your brain gets hit really hard, there are certain times where people like come back, like they come out of a coma or they, like I said, they close to dying or whatever. These people will come back changed. They know a new language. They have a different way of speaking. They have a musical ability that they didn't have before. Or people who die or like come really close to death and like come back and resuscitated, those people, their brains, it's literally like all of those. When you're born into this life and the Father has to put like a net around your brain. It's like he's got to put, it's almost like there are points in your brain to limit. We're only supposed to have 20%, right? Those are coded limitations in the brain. But when somebody dies and comes back or gets really close to death and then comes back or has a head injury and then wakes up, it's almost like those limitations are wiped, okay? People that die and come back often end up becoming schizophrenics, end up becoming absolute nut jobs, because their brains now don't have the same limitations as they used to, and they cannot process the reality anymore. They are overwhelmed by the level of data that they're taking in, because they've died. Their brains have passed from death to life and now have the ability to process greater things. And here's the thing. When somebody dies and comes back to life, they're either put in contact with the creator of all things, and then from that point, that's their guiding light, and they will eventually find their way to the creator, or they die, come back, or they have a near-death experience and they have no guiding light, and therefore they will become the most riddled with demons, troubled than anybody else. Because again, just like schizophrenics that don't have that limitation on their brain, they can pick up all these signals and they will literally start losing their minds. Okay? A show that I recommend to people, it was on Netflix. It only ran 2 seasons before they canceled it. It's called The OA, or The Original Angel. It is not a faith-based show. You are going to have to take everything before the Father, but the OA is it is exactly what I'm talking about. It's a man who does experiments on people who have near-death experiences and develop superhuman abilities. That's what this whole show is about. It's all made up. No, they canceled the show because it's too much truth. Exactly. Yes. What is happening when people have head injuries? This is why I know this is me, because I've had 5 head injuries. My first 4 gave me disability. My first one when I was 10, I fell and hit my head on concrete in my grandparents' basement, and my grandparents thought I cracked my head open. From that point, at 10 years old, I had migraines. I had another head injury my sophomore year. I had another head injury my junior year. Another head injury the year after high school, and my 5th head injury a year and a half ago. Every single head injury that I had up until the last one. One head injury caused me to have low blood pressure and blood pressure problems. One of the head injuries gave me reproductive problems. I still don't regulate normally. My body doesn't have a regular reproductive system because your brain literally controls your entire body. If your brain gets messed up and for the sake of healing rewires itself in the wrong way, unless you reverse that, your brain is literally for the rest of your days wired differently. So my brain, to process the head injuries, I had reproductive issues. My sight stopped working for a while. My 3rd head injury when I was my junior year, I was just elbowed in my face. My nose went back into my head, and I didn't black out or anything. I was playing soccer, and I literally won the game with a header. But after the game, I drove myself to a youth group, and then my eyes stopped working. Like within 2 hours of having a head injury that didn't kill me, didn't knock me out, nothing, but my brain literally was just... A concussion is not like an impact on the brain. A concussion is if somebody just goes to your brain. And your brain is just like, rah! It releases chemicals to try to stabilize itself, to try to like freaking understand what's going on. And those chemicals, even though your brain isn't bruised, it's not a bruising of your brain, it's the chemicals in which your brain releases that just, there's no predicting how it's going to go. Concussions literally are different from person to person to person to person to person. In my 3rd concussion, I was fine, didn't black out, nothing. I drove myself to a church function, and I didn't realize anything was wrong with me until we were reading scripture, and I literally was like, it's coming up to me, it's my turn, and all of a sudden, I can't read. Why can't I read? Oh my gosh, why can't I read? And then I was hospitalized and pulled out of school, and my learning capabilities, like I went from being the top kid in the district in certain things to failing my first tests and stuff ever. I had to drop all my courses and blah, blah, blah. The point of all of this is head injuries will completely restructure your brain, usually in deficit, because it's trying to fix problems and it just makes itself worse. However, I've had 5 head injuries. I've had 5. I thought the last one would kill me. The last one I fell, I swear, I was going to die. I fell out of state. I was serving on a permaculture. I was working at a permaculture farm. And I fell back on some stairs. I was wearing socks, just going down too fast. Feet came down from under me, and my back and the back of my head, which is where your nerves connect right up in here. Very important spot of your brain. I fell, and the edge of the stair, where there's like a little lip, that's exactly where my head hit. After my third head injury, I had doctors tell me, if you want to remember your kids' names, you can't hit your head again. You can't play soccer anymore. You can't do it. I literally had doctors telling me that. That was my third head injury. So when I had a fifth head injury, and it was as bad as it was, I literally was like, I'm going to be a vegetable for the rest of my life. The night, this is testimony time, okay? This is just a little bit of a whatever testimony. The night that I hit my head, I was so ill. I swear my head was exploding. I was vomiting everywhere. I was out of state, and it was just me and my daughter. And I felt in my spirit that I was dying. I couldn't breathe because I broke a place in my back, just like a rib in my back. So every breath was excruciating. And I felt in my spirit that I had a bleed in my brain. I felt it. I was like, I am not doing well. I just consistently got worse through the night. And this is the testimony bit here. You're going to believe what you want. You might not believe in the creator of all things, but guess what? I felt in my spirit. My daughter was 5 years old. Yeah. No, my daughter was 4 years old at this point. She was 4, okay? I felt in my spirit. It was just me and my daughter. It was like, you need to have your daughter pray for you because this is not okay. Like, you either need to go to the hospital or you need to have your daughter pray for you. And I was so sick that I asked my 4-year-old daughter to pray for healing for me. She did. I think my kid, through the power of the living God, saved my life that night because she reached over and put her little hand on my forehead and she prayed a healing prayer that I don't think a 4-year-old could have had the capability to heal. But it was something like asking God to heal her mom and heal her brain. And she was a 4-year-old and she did it. And guess what? I was fine after that. Still had some headaches. That's like normal. I had a dent in my head where that part of the stair had literally indented. And it caused me nerve problems because the nerves that attach here are what spread over. It comes up and it spreads and it connects from here all the way up, okay? So my eyes were messed up. My balance was messed up. But I'm pretty sure my daughter saved my life that night. Now, here's where this all gets into why this all matters. That was my 5th head injury, and science says that it should have made me a vegetable. Science would say that what actually happened shouldn't be possible. Because I had to move back home. I started my life up again, and I moved into my parents' bedroom. Now, people who found me on my last TikTok account in 2024, like, that's where I was creating content from my parents' living room because I'd had a 5th head injury and I was recovering. Remarkably, if you look at my artistic ability before I had my head injury to right now, I believe that the Father used that last head injury to open up my mind to see things on an artistic level. And what you're seeing in me now, this level of understanding in me now, was not there until I hit my head that 5th time. Okay? This is why understanding the brain, understanding traumas, understanding how the Father gives you limitations for your brain for your own good, but they can all be removed. And they all will be removed once we pass from death to life. Once we pass from death to life, the limitations on us go away. We no longer are trapped to this flesh. So anyway, savant syndrome, head injuries, things like that can literally change the way your brain processes information. One of my favorite stories is about a guy who hit his head and woke up from a coma, and he literally could see geometry everywhere. And he went on to become one of the most famous mathematicians during his time. What he discovered, and this is what perception is, this whole thing about savant syndrome and like when you hit your head or when you like have a near-death experience. When I first caught some of your lives, you were at your parents' painting a lion. Oh, yeah, actually. Is that Doctor Strange? It is. I used to love it, and it is what it is. I know that I wouldn't choose to get the Marvel tattoos had I gotten a chance to do it over again. But it is what it is. It's part of my life. It is Doctor Strange, though. Where was I going with that? Back to focus. Focus. Okay, savant syndrome, breaking your brain opens up your capabilities. Perception. This is where it's going. Okay. When they're studying, when modern science studies genius, it is humans being able to access more than 20% of their brain. That's what genius is. Some genius can be in the musical side. Some genius is in mathematics. Some genius is in just all the things. Genius is simply that they just get to access more of their brain. But we all have the same brain. But if we don't have the limitations on our brain, technically we would all be able to do all the things. So when this man had his head injury, his coma, he comes out of it and he starts seeing geometry everywhere. He's seeing it visually as if I see my hand in front of my face. He sees the angles and geometry in he's like, I can drive down the road and I'm seeing the geometry and the angles and that's not a supernatural ability that just was like dumped in his brain. That's something we all do. When you and I are driving a car, to not crash into things, we are constantly subconsciously processing physics and geometry all real time. It's why we can turn a corner without bumping into it. It's why we can open the refrigerator without smacking ourselves with it. Is because without being conscious, our brains are constantly processing mathematics. Constantly. His brain, now, after having his head injury, now just has the ability to access that ability consciously, okay? So in a way that we all process as geometry naturally, this man now has the ability to actively access that part of his brain, and he can now see and calculate the moving constant geometry of all things. But that's something that we can all do. Are we all going to be meant to? No. You can force your way through demonic power to get giftings that you don't have. That's what people do, 100%. I don't recommend that, though, because the Father, the giftings he can give you, the wisdom he can pour out on you, what he can give you, if you just choose to trust him and submit to him, is going to be so much more powerful than anything any demon can tell you by opening yourself up to that. So that's a little bit about savant syndrome and how your brains can be changed to process information differently. Let's keep going. We're now an hour and a half in to this thing, and I'm still in my first paragraph. It's ridiculous. It's been some days, guys. All right, let's see. We're talking about tabs. I'm just going to for if anybody's new, I'm just going to summarize everything we've talked about so far. Humans are computers. The hardware, like everything alive is a computer, and the hardware that we are given, a tree has its own hardware, a fox has its own hardware, human beings have their own hardware. Beyond that, we have operating systems. The operating systems we run on, like Apple, Android, Windows, whatever, our operating systems are the labels we apply. The labels that we allow other people to Do you need water? I have water. I need to remember to drink it though, so thank you. Yeah, I had it here. Thank you for the reminder because I'm really bad at remembering to drink water. Thank you for that, truly. Okay, our operating systems. You are limiting your ability to process information by the operating system you apply. You're operating as a Republican. You're operating as a husband. You're operating as a father. You're operating as a school teacher. You're operating as whatever it is. Those are your operating systems. Labels you apply or you allow other people to apply to you. Your browser or your search engine. These are the systems in which you submit yourself to. These are how your sources of information. Who is feeding you truth? Okay? Like Google or DuckDuckGo or Bing or Yahoo. These are search engines and these are where people look for truth. Now, a human search engine would be the scientific community. If science is your authority on truth, that's your search engine. If the Bible is your authority on truth, or if Torah is your authority on truth, that's your search engine. If the government is your authority on truth, that's your search engine. If politics is your authority on truth, that's your search engine. If your parents tell you what's true, that's your search engine. Whatever you allow to tell you is true, whatever you allow to feed information into your system, that is your search engine. The next is tabs. Your tabs are your individual thought processes. A neurodivergent person has lots of tabs open at once at all times. A neurotypical person can have one tab up and open at once. Uh-oh, I'm throwing things. I just threw my pen. Not that I need it. I just have it as a fidgeter. Uh-oh. I'm going to hold this. I threw my pen. Your tabs are thought processes, okay? You can be... The key to understanding how to not be overwhelmed starts with managing your thought processes. If you learning to be present is learning how to close your tabs, is learning how to avoid distractions, because if you don't, if you have a lot of tabs going at once, it's a lots of things that it's literally running. I don't know if it's RAM or I don't actually know computers. I don't know if it's CPU or whatever it is that is taken up. If there are people that know computers, can you help me out here? I don't know if anybody who's listening knows computers. The processing ability of a computer is taken up by more tabs you have open. It'll start to run it more slowly. It'll be more likely to have viruses and bugs and stuff. Tabs are your thoughts, and the more thoughts you have open, the weaker you are. I think you mean ROM. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know computers. So each tab is a separate thought process. You can only be active and present with one at a time. But you can have multiple running in a background. Sometimes you need to have multiple running at once, whereas any more than one is too much. Generally speaking, well, it is ideal to be able to handle multiple tabs when you have to for a certain task. It is important to be able to close out the tab when you're done with it. Many people leave tabs open when they should be closed, and it slows the processing speed. Tabs can come and go. We can have 1 or 100. One or more technically means more production, more your brain is doing. Less means rest. And there is a time for both, okay? Wisdom and understanding is what's going to tell you the difference between when you should have lots of tabs and when you shouldn't have lots of tabs. Tabs are also where you can get certain demonic attachments from, okay? If you have a tab that is based on wounds, okay? If you have a trauma or something that somebody did that hurt you that you can't let it go, that's basically an open tab. Occasionally, it's not like just a normal open tab. That's basically an open tab. Occasionally, it's not like just a normal open tab that like kind of just runs in the background and you're not really aware of it. That open tab is running in the background. You're not as aware of it until you're triggered, okay? You are triggered by something, and that brings the tab to your mind. But the tab is only linked to the trauma. So it's a tab that goes way back. It gets shoved and shoved and shoved and shoved and shoved to the point where people don't even know that that tab exists anymore. You can't even consciously bring the tab up if you want to, because it's so shoved down in your memory. You've got so many layers of tabs on that you have this trauma. This is demonic bondage, okay? Just because you're traumatized doesn't necessarily mean that you definitely have demonic bondage. That's not what it means. But if you have lots of tabs open, you are basically giving... I'm trying to think of how to communicate this. If each tab is something that allows thoughts to come and go, there are spiritual beings in this life, which are demons, that latch onto traumas and can twist themselves up in one of your channels, in one of your tabs, so that it becomes a trigger point. It becomes a wound. The demonic spirit will literally shove the wound so back in your memory that you're not aware of it. But the tab open is the bondage, okay? Traumas can't be healed until the tab is closed. It's going to be part of this whole thing. Demonic bondages cannot be broken until the tabs are closed. Another thing to think about, too, that we didn't talk about, because I didn't put it in here and it was a thought later on, another thing we have to think of is network. What network are you on? Because your network, like the kind of connection you have matters, and I don't exactly know how I just know that in the reality, you have like a Wi-Fi connection, and then you can have like a hard-lined connection. And just like how the Father is giving me this understanding, I guarantee that there's a how this affects the humans. And I think that the connection is like basically the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, is a direct line connection to Source. Whereas people who don't have that direct line connection to Source can operate in the spiritual, but it's a Wi-Fi connection rather than a Ethernet cable, if that makes sense. But I didn't talk about that because the only people who need to worry about being connected to a network are those who are awakened. That's pretty much what it is. So it's only the network strength and speed is only really applicable to those who are online. Okay, not all computers are online. But let's see. Okay, here we go. Specific websites. So while each tab is a thought process, so different categories of thought is in each tab. The website in each tab is the thought itself. So any specific website is in the moment the actual thought that you're having. Thoughts can come from any tab we have open because we can scroll between tabs. We can flip through thought processes. But the thoughts will reflect whichever tab you have open for the most part. This is literally why doom scrolling is the death of you, okay? Your consciousness is essentially being sucked into something for a temporary amount of time. It's why you can literally just scroll and then you wake up for 3 hours later. Like, it's like 3 hours later and you're like, what just happened? Like, where did the time go? It's because it has to do with your consciousness. It has to do with attention, intention. Doom scrolling is literally a hacking of your ability to process what you're getting. Each scroll can cause you to have a new tab open, right? At any one point, sometimes you scroll and it goes away, but every single thing you are scrolling on is another opportunity for your brain to latch onto something and have a new tab open. What you feed your eyes and your ears, so these are your gates. what goes in here, what goes into your gates, is controlling the tabs that you run and the websites themselves. Okay? So your perceptions dictate the thought process, and the thoughts are all controlled on your perception. That's important. Okay? That's important. Every thought that you have, every thought process that you have, everyone, even thinking about yourself, okay? Every single thought that you have is controlled by your perception of the reality you're living in. What you feed your eyes and ears controls the tabs you run and the websites themselves. People are spread thin like butter over too much bread. Okay, that's a Lord of the Rings quote that I just had to throw in there because it makes me happy, right? Thin like butter spread over too much bread, because they are constantly opening tabs without understanding the consequences of how to shut them down afterwards. Let's see. Oh, that's pretty much it. Okay? That's the end of that concept of humans are computers. That's literally the first half of my first page of stuff, though. You have to start understanding that you have to separate your experience, your consciousness, separate it from your reality. Okay? You are not your thoughts. You are not what you see. You are not what you feel. You are not your emotions. You are consciousness. Consciousness experiencing reality and making decisions out of your subconscious state, which is another whole thing. I guess that's a segue. If you are consciousness, your decisions are 88% made in your subconscious state, whereas most people are only able to make decisions from a conscious perspective 12% of the time. It is completely natural. What about perception? We have it differently. Yes, we all perceive differently, which means we are all living in a different reality. That's what that means. That's where we're getting at. Everybody is living in literally their own reality, and one person to the next. The world looks and is. The world literally is completely different from one person to the next. That's why two people can look at the same thing and look at it and see it at the same time and then see something completely different, perceive it completely different. It's because the matrix is going on around us, and the only thing that defines our reality is our brain. That's it. It's just our brain. And we'll get into that because you can learn to gain an understanding of that. Okay. I'm going to just quickly, because my next paragraphs are just, I'm going to scroll through. They're not in order, and I just want to see if any of my other notes kind of stick out as like this is the next step. So just give me a second, because we're moving on from humans are computers. We need to get a little bit deeper into that. Okay, I might have it. Let's see. Okay, I think I got the next subject. All right, the next one, our next bullet point. Let's talk about how people process their reality. Matrix, great movies. Yes, great movies. We're living in it. If you want to know what the Matrix is, we're living in it. It's the perception of your world. It's literally the world you live in and your brain perceiving it. That's the Matrix. And it is a programmed mathematical reality that we all are plugged into. And we just our bodies, our minds, it all affects how we perceive the reality we're living in. We're all living in the same one, but it's all just code. It's all just energy and frequency. And our bodies and our brains are what tells us what we're experiencing. Our brain tells us the colors. Our brain tells us what things feels like. Our brain is what makes reality. It's not the code. The code is the law. We'll get into that. All right. And this is why I'm a Torah keeper, everybody, okay? This is why I submit to the creator of all things, because I guess actually we're going to go into why this matters, okay? Because this world, the entirety, where is that? I'm changing. I'm going into something else. This world, there we go. Where are we? Yeah. The whole goal of this reality that we live in, not because it's the Father's doing, but because Hasatan, the fallen, the darkness of this reality is trapped here on earth. Okay? The Nephilim, the fallen, they were told you can't raise into higher dimensions anymore. You're stuck in the 3D. That's what they were told. Okay? It's not just that heaven and earth are like separate spaces necessarily. They're separate dimensions. And this world and the evil that is in the world is so evil because they're trapped here. The whole point of the demonic forces of this earth and the deception of politics and the deception of division and countries and sexual orientation and the whole point of labels. This is what the world slaps labels on you from the point you're born, telling you that race matters, telling you that culture matters, telling you whatever. Because the more labels you submit yourself to, the more you're trapped. And the whole purpose of this reality, this three-dimensional reality, is to keep us trapped in 3D thinking. What is 3D thinking? 3D thinking is flesh. 3D thinking is carnal mind. I mean, a sister, my process-driven life, made a video about the carnal mind recently, and it was very good. That's the 3D experience. That is being slaves to your flesh. That what you think about, your emotions are reality. If you feel something is true, therefore it is true. You are operated and influenced and controlled by your emotions, by the emotions of others. You are influenced by the opinions of everybody around you. You give into your flesh. You care about immediate gratification of the flesh, physical pleasure, finances, status, wealth. That's the three-dimensional plane of existence, and the entirety of why this world is formulated the way it is, why the education system is the way that it is, why the medical system is the way that it is, why the political system is the way that it is, why the world governments. You want to think that all the world governments actually hate each other, but let me tell you, from the beginning of time, there have been people that have their hands in all the governments, and they're the ones running the show. You have no idea, okay? The prince of the air runs this world and will do and influence every possible man-made institution within it to keep people trapped. Guess what's a man-made institution, guys? That's been influenced by the enemy. I'll give you guys a guess. I bet you my fellow believers will know what I'm talking about. What institution, what out of all the things in this world has been the most infiltrated to cause most people to be deceived? It's not the government. Both sides know the government's corrupt, right? There you go. Unapologetically GG. That's exactly right. Church. That's exactly right. Hasatan has been around since the beginning of this earth, you know? You would think that he's going to know how to effectively deceive those within it. The biggest indoctrination 3D trap that exists is the church. It's the church. Not any religion. There are many religions that lead to a spiritual awakening. Many. There are many shamanic religions, Hindu, Buddhist, lots of them that have more information available to them than the Christian church, which is why so many people find divinity in all these other things, because they're free with their information. They don't need to pretend like it's the actual truth. They can give you all that heavenly wisdom. They can give you all that demonic wisdom because they know it's just demonic. Not so with the Christian church, guys. You want to know what the Christian church has done? The Christian church has taken all those things that are actually good, like gematria, like the Hebrew language, like Torah, like actually submitting to the Father of all things, actually reading your scripture, or texts that are 1000% Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh inspired texts that were moved by the powers of the church, that be because they literally left only what would keep you trapped in the 3-dimensional existence of religion. They did not include anything more than little tiny bits and pieces. It's just a start. It's the bare bones, bare minimum of what they could include in the 66 books of the canon. And why do you think it's 66, by the way? Like, that's just interesting, isn't it? They took out and kept just enough of the truth to make it so everybody falls in line, because guess what? You meet the Messiah. You meet the King of Glory in the Bible. You do. And people can be saved, but they will walk into salvation as if they're walking through flame, and they will be considered the least of these in the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because the truth and the whole truth actually isn't in the 66 books of the canon. They've taken out everything that shows you what goes on behind the scenes. Because guess what? That information's there. There are texts out there that show you what the heavens look like, what the earth looks like in the structure of it, what the cosmos is made of. There are texts that talk about what goes on in the heavenly realms while we're doing stuff on earth. All you get to see in scripture is when Yeshua says, what you release on earth will be released in heaven, right? When you forgive on earth, my Father will forgive. We see as above, so below, kind of. Christians are fighting a battle that's not against flesh and blood, but they have their eyes closed and their hands tied behind their back because they have no idea of anything outside of 3-dimensional thinking. That's the bondage of the Christian church. That's the bondage of the government. That's the bondage of the political parties. That's the bondage of race issues. That's the bondage of all the other little things, is to how many labels can we make them put on themselves? How much division can we do? How much blah, blah, blah to keep them trapped? Okay? We literally are in a 3-dimensional reality, but that's not what we're limited to because we're spirit. Our bodies make up only 7% of our nature. Okay? As our physical bodies change, yes, it changes who we are a little bit, but 93% of your essence is unchanging throughout your life. 93% of you is spirit, but yet this entire world doesn't want you to know that. Doesn't want you to know that. So here we go. Let's see. What does it mean to be stuck in 3D? So how we talked about how like perception controls your reality. We are given 5 senses to control reality. When we are stuck in a 3D, it means we are perceiving, like we exist in the same reality, but it's like we're looking through a keyhole, right? So Christians are looking at light and truth. They can see the same light and the same truth that I see. They see the same Almighty God that I see. They see the same Messiah that I see, or they feel Him. But they're looking through this, right? They literally can't see outside of their own little thing. they will look for light and they can see where light is, right? But they literally are looking at things like this. Because on their brain, imagine it's right here. Right here, they have a lens that is religion. They have a lens that is their parents. They have a lens, whatever. It's their perception. Now we're getting into some fun stuff, because now we're going to talk about what enlightenment actually is. What does it mean to raise your consciousness? What does it mean to go from a 3D being to a 4D being to a 5D being? Because guess what? That's not just for like woohoos. That's not just for New Age. Yep. New Age knows about it. Yep. New Age used demonic to get to their awakening. Yep. There are more people in the New Age who actually understand what it means to have a 5D level of understanding than the Christian church. That's why you literally, Christians, want to talk about why people are not eager to come into the Christian church. Why would somebody who actually has some semblance of awakening and like freedom from the oppression of others, why would they look at the Christian church and be like, yeah, I want that? No. It's not the Christian church that's the appeal. The only thing that appeals about the Christian church, and it's like this weird disconnect, it's the Messiah, okay? Because you can't lie. The Messiah is real. Messiah came, lived, gave his life, and his eternal sacrifice literally is everything, okay? That's what appeals in the Christian church, because that is real, and it keeps people trapped. That's all they give. They don't give anything else. They don't tell you actually how to follow him. They don't tell you what he actually did while he was here, and like the expectations and what it actually means. Like none of that. Just that there's a savior and you're a sinner, and admit that, and then you're good to go. Okay, we're going to talk about reality. This is where we're getting into reality. We've already discussed how humans are computers. Thank you for the follow. Anybody who's liking the live, I appreciate it as well. I'm looking back real quick, which is why I left this last year, but now I need to dive deeper, and that's harder than I thought. It is harder than you thought. No longer a Christian, great analogy. The enemy uses some truth in all of the lies. Yeah, when you're in the Christian church, it's literally a game of two truths and a lie. Christians mostly don't understand that, and so they just take it all as truth because they feel the truth of the Messiah, and they think, okay, I found my salvation here, therefore everything must be true. That's the sadness. They don't actually follow Torah, so they don't have the ability to have their own light. Their light is whatever the Christian church tells them, and I promise you that's the wrong one in the end. That's the wrong one in the end. If you find yourself a Christian following what the church tells you and you're not actually reading the Bible yourself, you're not making it. Okay? I love you all. It's not judgment. It just is the truth. Okay? But let's get away from faith and religion and stuff, because I want this to be for everybody. Because in all reality, everybody in this world has to make a choice whether they are their own God or they submit to the one that made them. It's a choice that everybody can make. But the information that I'm sharing is relevant to everybody, whether you choose to make yourself God or the creator. Okay? I'm just trying to share what's going to free people from negative cycles, what's going to help people raise their consciousness and start to be in control of their own thoughts. Okay? That's my goal here, is to connect all the pieces and help people find truth. Okay? Obviously, my end goal is that people will then realize and wake up, oh my gosh, there is a creator of all things. Oh my gosh, his eternal wisdom is in all things. Oh my gosh, I'm spirit, I'm not a body. Oh my gosh, I will live forever. What am I going to do with that? Yep, that's exactly where I want people to get to, because YOLO, you don't just live once. You have your body once, but you live forever. So, anyway. Let's get into it. Dimensions. What are interdimensional beings? Okay? What does it mean to be in a higher dimension or a lower dimension? And this is such a huge, huge subject, because we have what is observable. And what we can observe is our 3-dimension and lower. We can observe 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, and obviously 1. We can't observe what's higher. It doesn't mean that it literally is everything that has ever existed has always existed. When you go into higher dimensions, you're not getting any more of creation. There's not more of it to be found or had or experienced because there's more of it in higher dimensions. It's all the same creation. Once the Creator said, "Let there be light," and creation started to unfold, nothing has ever been made that wasn't already made. There's nothing new under the sun. Does that make sense? So higher dimensions are not any other place. Space doesn't exist. There's not some infinite universe to explore with infinite expanding. This might be hard for you guys to hear, okay? If you still think you're on a spinning ball that's rotating around the sun while it's orbiting around the sun while it's rotating, while it's all corkscrewing through space in an infinitely expanding and different universe, and yet how the stars are in the same place they've been since the beginning of time. If you are still in the mindset that you are on a spinning ball flying through space, that's a limitation right there, I promise you. Okay? Yeah, it is a toroidal field. Absolutely. Planets are real, Earth is real, stars are real, but it's not space. Okay? What we're perceiving when we are looking up at the stars, yeah, they are living beings. They're luminaries. They are angelic beings. What do you think those orbs are that are being seen? They're stars. They look like stars, right? Because they are. They are what our brains can perceive in the 3D reality of a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, who knows, a higher dimensional being. Stars are, when we see the flashing of the colors of the stars, first of all, when Yah said, "Let there be light," and it was over the waters, I want you to actually look at what a star looks like in a telescope. When you, without digital whatever, when you just look at a telescope and zoom really in, what does it look like? Okay? Oh, thank you for the heart and the subscription. Did you just subscribe? You became a member on the team. I didn't know that people could subscribe to me, to be honest with you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nathan Stasio. I'm guessing maybe that's how you pronounce it, but I could be wrong. Why do you think people draw stars as not nebula, a light, but they are rocks, right? So if you think that stars are burning balls of gas millions of light years away, then you're just not gonna receive anything that I'm telling you, because it's just not true. And you would know that if you read some apocryphal texts, because apocryphal texts show you exactly what they are in detail, to the point of like seasons and days and the timing of the stars and the planets and how time is figured out. All of that is available to you in apocryphal texts, just not in the Bible. Either way, stars are living beings. They have spirit. They are light. They are energy, just like us. We are essentially light beings, but we have a physical body that's limiting us right now. That's it, right? Scripture says for a time, Yeshua was brought lower than the angels. That's all it is. It's for a time, right? Because angels were not made in the image of the Most High. Humans were. We are spirit. We are energy. You, without your body, is light. Why does Messiah say that if the light inside you is darkness, then great is the darkness? But if the light inside you is true light, then great is the light? Because he's not kidding. It's not just figurative about being a good person or a dark person. It's literally, we are light beings, and that matters. So, stars. What we are perceiving when we're looking at stars, they are higher dimensional beings, and all we can perceive of them is our 3-dimensional processes, which is a flashing of light. Scripture also says, though, that all of creation cries out. And here's what science proves. That flickering of the light, there's certain computer, like I've just heard this, and so you can go find it. They've attached in the ability to record based on the frequency of the light. Science can now put it to sound. And so what science has found is each and every star that's up there has its own frequency and its own song. There's not a single one that is alike. If there are millions of stars and there are millions of people, just like how not one person is the same, not one star has the same frequency. And what's really unique is it's just light. All we're able to process is the light. But with technology is now able to hear them. And guess what? They are praising. They are worshiping. It's a chorus. It's a heavenly chorus of all of the angels. What does Scripture say? It says the angels 24/7 say, "Holy, holy are you, Yahuwah Elohim Almighty." Right? That's the stars. When you look at the stars and you see them doing this, you are literally watching them worship their Creator. Okay? That's why science wants to tell you that they're burning balls of gas millions of miles away. Science doesn't want to tell you that they're alive. Those orbs that people are seeing, they are spiritual beings that we can't perceive all the way yet. Some people can't even perceive the orbs because they don't have the right perception yet. But that's what it is. And guess what? More and more and more, we are going to have experiences with supernatural beings. And guess what? The heavens are rolling up like a scroll. Okay? That's going to change. Our perception of the stars and the heavens will change. And these interdimensional beings, this is something I shared, these interdimensional beings that know all of this, know how our reality operates, understand the deception of the human race, are going to come in and be interdimensional beings soon. Okay, this is very soon. We are approaching within years. The next few years we will have open contact. AI is coming. They're counting on people still being stuck into 3D, because the more people they can keep trapped in the 3D, the more people will take the mark of the beast, because they have no concept of seeing what is actually happening. That is the reality. So, different dimensions, if we're talking about different beings being in a different dimension, it all is based on perception. So, when we are born, we start as three-dimensional beings, and we're given 5 senses. But as we go through this awakening process, we are given a 6th sense. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we have some stuff going on. Come out over my people. Yes, we just your stars. Religion. Nope. You're stuck. See, sure, but pray not be. Could you decide for me? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, I'm just going to keep talking. I don't have a moderator, so I can't control if you guys are going to argue amongst yourselves, if that's what's going to happen. I can't really tell. I don't want to assume that that's what's happening, but if our initial state of being, we're given 5 senses for the most part. I mean, actually, we're born with a pineal gland, and then this world has been designed to get it to calcify and close. Spiritual awakening, though, involves bringing that 6th sense back. It's your pineal gland. It's not just a woohoo thing. It is an actual organ in your head that starts to function correctly when you're awakening. And this is the process of going from a 3D experience. When you're 3D, it's flesh and blah, blah, blah. When you're in like a 4D, it's almost like a transitional of like you're exploring, you're figuring things out, blah, blah, blah. 5D living, there are people, like there's a division of this world, and it's literally the mind of the beast or those who will make it, okay? It's staying in the flesh or following the light. And then there are also lots of paths to awakening that are going to look like the truth, but in the end, they will turn right back into the darkness. But this whole thing is about keeping people trapped in different dimensions, and you can literally see the division. If you have eyes to see, you are aware that there's an entire population of people on this planet. It's like they're living in a different reality. It's like a different population of people entirely. Somehow they are different species because they perceive this reality completely different. They can't see all the things that we can see because they are, yes, Damon, they are in a different reality because their perception is telling them the reality they're in. So they're so stuck by the labels of their own minds and the labels of this three-dimensional reality that they cannot escape the matrix because their reality defines who they are and what they're doing and all these things. That's 3D reality. But there's another whole human race. It is a different people entirely. Because here's crazy things. Crazy. You want to know something crazy? Your DNA changes as you awaken. Your body starts to cleanse toxins. Your body starts to rewire neural pathways. Your genetic makeup is different when you are 3-dimensional to when you are 5-dimensional. Somebody who's stuck in the 3D has physical problems, mental health problems. They're tired and exhausted and they struggle with weight and they've got like so many imbalances. And not that awakening is like a guarantee that you're going to fix all that, but it's a part of it. All right, so here we go. Going back to this whole perception, all that the different dimensions are. So if we can raise from a 3rd-dimensional state of being to a 5th-dimensional state of being just with our 6th sense, higher states of being are literally just increased perceptions and portals to interact with the reality. Humans are given what we have. It's a physical limitation. But the higher you go in consciousness, the more you are able to accurately perceive, the more you're able to see things as they actually are. It's not that you're going anywhere else. You're not going anywhere. You're in the same matrix, the same code as everyone else, because the code never changes. Code is Torah. Code is the Hebrew language in Torah. They don't change. The only thing that can change is your perception of it. And as your perception grows, so does your ability to see things as they are. And rather than being stuck in, my life is happening to me, everything's miserable, I'm a victim, 3D mental thinking, awakening allows you to look around outside of your 3D experience. Yeah, you're opening your eyes. Oh my gosh, I am not the experiences of others. I am not my own experiences. There is a level of understanding that comes from awakening that you physically just cannot, your brain is not physically able to see and hear the reality the way it is. A complete, like, I don't think you can understand the difference. It's not just that their brains can't figure it out. It's not just that they're not smart enough. It's not just that their brains are shut off to the truth. It's not even just like they're prideful. The pride definitely covers their eyes. The pride and the self-idol and the self-worship is what causes people to close their eyes. But it is their brain literally telling them what their reality is. Their eyes are picking up the same data you are. Their ears are picking up the same exact data you are. The data doesn't change. But their brain is literally telling them it's something completely different. They literally see things differently. They hear things differently. It's why you can be in an argument with somebody, especially if they have like a Jezebel spirit or they've got demonic oppression. You can be arguing with somebody and it'll literally be like, you'll both try to explain what happened, and then somebody will literally tell you, this, and you did this, and this is what you said, even though you know for a fact that that's not at all what you said. You can literally talk to a narcissist and say just factual stuff, but the demonic processes in their brain receive what you're saying, manipulate it, and they physically cannot hear you. They cannot. Just getting angry at a narcissist, it's not gonna help anything. This is why, like, demonic bondage that's like narcissism, psychopathy, demonic bondage that gets to that point, it's why certain people say, like, once a narcissist, always a narcissist, and that sort of thing. It's not true, first of all, but it's why it's so hard to get stuck. It's hard for people to come out of things like narcissism and that kind of demonic bondage, because it literally controls their eyes, their ears, their entire brain processes things differently, and they are trapped in a reality that is false. They're trapped in a reality that says that nobody loves me, nobody's going to protect me, I'm the only one that's going to look out for myself. These are the perceptions and the lies that have been told to them by demonic spirits since they were a kid. So people with narcissism, what is my computer? Oh, there it goes. I didn't have my computer in the whole time, plugged in, and it was just about to die. But yeah, narcissism, demonic bondage, the perception that people are trapped in is literally, it's not by choice. There's an element of it, but just like how Pharaoh had to harden his own heart a couple times before the Father hardened it, that's what's happened. The Father always allows people the chance to be honest, but the more people harden their own hearts, the more they're likely to just be coming into agreement with what these lies are. I was oppressed by a narcissist before I was gifted with deliverance. That's an incredible testimony. What if narcissism is merely a label to keep people stuck in a victim mentality? I 100% believe that, like, I've seen more come out about narcissism in the last, year. It's just exploding. And what it's doing is it's just giving people more things to slap labels on. That's all it's doing. There's not one rule of once a narcissist, always a narcissist. There's so many coaches out there that teach you how to break free from narcissists, and they're not helpless. The chances of a narcissist being healed is very slim, because in order for a narcissist to heal, it's not just healing traumas. They have to heal traumas, but they also have to have deliverance, demonic deliverance. In order for that to happen, the person has to actually recognize that there's something wrong and desire for the change. That is why a narcissist, it's so hard for a narcissist to be healed, because unless it comes with a Holy Spirit encounter that brings conviction that what you're doing is not right, a narcissist will never heal. There's no reason to. A narcissist is their own God through and through, and there's no reason for a narcissist can get through their life manipulating everybody around them because they're smarter, because of whatever. A narcissist will never change until they're given reason to see that what they're doing is wrong. And the only one that can do that is an encounter with the living God. There's nothing you can do, which is why being in a relationship is so dangerous. It's not hopeless. I can tell you that much. It's not hopeless, but it is dangerous. And we'll get into that. I actually have, we're going to put a pin in it because I will get to that. We're going to talk more about narcissism because I share a lot about narcissism. I talk a lot about traumas. When I'm telling you, what I'm talking about connects all things. It's literally like everything that the Father made important to me for the last few years is just all related, I guess. Huh. It's one curious how that works. Curious how the Father makes that work, right? We can pray for them. Yes. Putting labels on things and people is casting spells on them. Yes. Okay. I would like to highlight, pin this comment. Okay. Okay. Continue your live progress. Okay. Maybe I can't pin the comment. I want to pin the comment, but it won't let me. Pin this comment. Oh, okay. I need to go live on 3 separate days before I can pin your comment. That's exactly true. CDXX says that putting labels on things / people is casting spells on them. Exactly. It's witchcraft. It's casting spells. We're going all the way back to humans are computers. Your processing system, your operating system is completely controlled by labels. That's the point. It's a spell that you put on yourself or a spell that you receive and you take that. It's dangerous and deadly. Yes, witchcraft. Manipulation is witchcraft. Forcing something to do something it doesn't want to do or it's not meant to do. Witchcraft. Manipulation. Narcissism is witchcraft. Like manipulation and gaslighting, that's literally a demonic spirit twisting the power of the tongue. Speaking spells. It is witchcraft. It's an energy. It sucks the life out of you for a reason because it's evil and wicked. All right. Let's see. I'm going to just read this paragraph about dimensional reality because I know I've touched on it, but like I'm just going to read it. Ready? Different dimensions are literally just different levels of perception. There is only one reality. There are no others. There's heavens and there's earth. That's it. There's no space. There's no nothing. Our dimensions are just controlled by perception. So how do we create, like if we as human beings perceive the 5th dimension with our pineal gland, what is a lower dimension? What would that look like? So if the Father, which is the original consciousness, created humans to be like avatars for spirits, he created a lower reality from his consciousness. His consciousness perceives all things, right? He has all perceptions. There's nothing he doesn't perceive. So from ultimate perception and ultimate consciousness came the lower dimensions. The lower dimension you get, the lower the consciousness and the lower the perception. So what would a 2-dimensional world look like in our reality? Where do we see that? Well, if the Creator created this world in his image, we are creating video games in our image. And we now can go and sit for 3 hours putting our consciousness into an avatar in a world that's not. We can literally be sitting in here, zoned out, and our consciousness is not in our bodies. Believe it or not, you're not aware of all the things going on because you're literally operating in what you can see on the screen and what you can hear. You can't smell a video game, can you? You can't touch a video game. You can't reach into the screen and feel what the leaves feel like. You can't smell it. You can't taste it. But you can see it and you can hear it. So, Creator of all things made a lower reality with lower perceptions. We are lower versions of the Creator. We are made in his image. He has all the 5 senses we do, but he's got a lot more. Yeah? Video games are made in our image. We have sight and sound. They don't. The video games that we're making don't, but guess what? You know how crazy it is? How people literally get addicted to video games because it's an imagined reality. And you can go in it and you can put your consciousness in this video game and literally check out from real life. And people get addicted to video games because the fantasy is more fun than their reality. And they're literally trapping their brain to only perceiving sight and sound. It's what they're doing. It's literally choosing to go into a lower dimension. So, what does that mean when Yeshua is the image of the invisible God? What does it mean to think about spiritual beings and angels, the stars coming to earth? These are higher dimensional beings that are projecting themselves into a lower dimension. It's like angels playing video games. It's why, like the planets, Saturn, Venus, Neptune, why were they named after gods? Because they're living, right? The gods came down. The planets never went away. Their eternal positions stayed, right? But Saturn came down, had sex with women. Neptune came down, did his thing. He took human form. He took a physical vessel in this physical reality. But it was a higher dimensional being basically playing the most advanced video game. That's what they're doing. It's just different dimensions, different steps in the same reality. All right. Quantum mechanics proves, we're getting into it. Quantum mechanics proves that reality is completely changed by our perception of it. If you look up something called the double slit experiment, it's where scientists forced electrons through a slit. And what they found, in summary, is that when the particles are not observed, when they're just firing these electrons and the particles are not being looked at by humans, when our consciousness is not perceiving what electrons are doing, they will act as particles. But the moment the human consciousness focuses on an electron, the reality around us is affected by simply perceiving it. The moment that they observed the electrons, once they passed through the split, the electrons immediately became waves. And so literally science is proving that through perception and perception alone, reality itself shifts itself. It's almost like the energy that makes up all things is alive and conscious. It's almost like it's almost like it's alive, okay? It's almost like it's able to decide how it's manipulated, okay? But that it is in fact able to be manipulated simply by perception. And we have ether. We've had a couple people mention ether. That is spirit. That is a conscious energy. Ether is changed when it's perceived. Ether is also, if you try to force it to be used as a weapon, it will not be. It will continually change itself so that you cannot use it as a weapon. It is a conscious flow of energy. And quantum mechanics proves that our perception of reality changes the reality that we live in. It sounds like we're magnets. We are. We are. 1000% we are. All right. I'm going to keep going. Just like we're creating video games that we can go into a lower reality with our consciousness that we cannot taste, touch, or smell, but you still experience sights and sound consciousness. You are still existing in that reality. It's just a lower state. Our 3D reality gives us 5 senses. But as we enter higher planes of existence, we're not going anywhere. It's just perception. You're given different abilities to perceive greater things. This is why a part of awakening must include opening your pineal gland for spiritual sight. It must, whether it is through demonic avenues, through self-worship and worship of money, or whatever it is, whatever your God is that gets you to your awakening process, or if it's through the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. Either way, you're stuck in a 3D dimensional existence unless you develop that other perception. How many senses could, and this is a question, like how many senses could there be? Like, because technically, if we're only able to, at least right now, understand the sixth sense based on a higher state of being, one would be able to assume that eventually humans, like all other spirit beings, I believe it's passing from death to life. I believe once we shed our physical bodies, those perception limitations. I just don't know what we will be able to perceive. Because the limitation is our physical brain. The limitation is our brain, guys. That's the limitation. All right, the sixth sense, theoretically, the sixth sense should lead into the next one. We just don't know what it is yet. The point is, perception is power, okay? What you perceive is what authority you have in this reality and how you can understand it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Perception. Labels, authentic. I don't know. I'm going to keep bouncing around, but we're going to keep going. This is what happens. We're going to get into trauma and confusion, okay? So if you are feeling confused, like you just are perceiving things and your brain can't make sense of it, when you're feeling confused, it's because your brain is wrestling with whatever you're observing as reality and whatever you're telling yourself on the inside. There's a disconnect there. When there's a cloud of chaos in your mind, it's your body's way of telling you like something you believe and something of reality isn't lining up. That's what's happening. Confusion. Why is our creator not the author of confusion? It's because if you see clearly, you won't be confused. That's why. If you have a cloud of confusion, it means that something about your perception is wrong. Something about how you're seeing something about how you're hearing it, something about your perception is wrong if you're confused. Okay? There's no way around it. Unless someone's going to prove me wrong, that's what I believe. If you're confused, it literally just means you're not perceiving something correctly. And guess what? Rather than just dealing with the confusion and being miserable, you can literally choose to sit and wonder, okay, what's not right? What is not lining up? All right, let's see. If you perceived everything clearly, there would be no fear, no anxiety. That is why, and this is where it comes back to faith, this is why perfect love casts out all fear, guys, okay? Perfect love casts out fear, and perfect love is actually the only way that you're going to perceive reality correctly, and we'll get to that. It is why all of this points to the Creator in all things, is I can share a lot of this stuff, it'll make sense to a lot of people, but the only ones who are going to really be able to get the most out of this is going to be the ones who understand that we are created beings, and we are meant to serve a God, okay? Let's see. Okay, let's talk about traumas. Perception, traumas. This is one of the last downloads. This was like one of the last little pieces that came together last night. That was like he and me understanding. I talk about healing traumas more. Oh, my husband's calling me, and I'm gonna have to hold on. I just have to message my husband real quick on Facebook and let him know that I'm live and that I can't answer the phone. But We'll just put a pin in it real quick, guys, and I will leave this open for questions. This is a perfect time for questions while I'm doing this, because I can't see my notes anyway. I just have to send a quick message. But yeah, what are your thoughts so far? And like, what are you feeling? Do you have any questions? We're not done yet, because all I'm doing right now is just giving you the information of understanding the situation you're in. What is going to happen is we're going to start to transition from understanding the life you're in, understanding your reality, to how can you then go into healing from things? How can you start to take control and stuff? So we're going to transition into that. But yeah, I agree with all you're saying. Where do we get other books of the Bible? I've just been collecting Bibles for so long and versions for so long. The Ethiopian Bible is a good, like, safe one. That, like, you'll get the apocryphal text. I like the Sefer. You can get them online. Technically, there are even versions in the Bible app that have the apocrypha in it. You just have to look. Confirmation, awesome. Agree with your saying 100%. Awesome. Yeah, I knew it. Not that, it's not me, guys. It's not me trying to be like, oh, I'm so good. It's literally just when the Father speaks and I feel it in my spirit, I know it's meant to help people. I'm still just talking. I haven't even sent this message. Okay. Whenever he gets back, we actually have to, like, pack stuff up and stuff because we're moving tomorrow. So I don't know how that's going to be happening, but that's essentially when this is going to end. All right, let's see. I know being in the moment is key. I struggle. Any tips? Yes. We'll get there. You can get the Apocrypha by itself online. That is true. Where are you learning to speak Hebrew? I thought maybe Rosetta Stone. I started... So biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew are different. So if you learn modern Hebrew, it'll help you. It'll be a really good foundation, but you'll still have to learn more if you want to be able to, like, go back and understand, like, scriptural texts, for example, which is why I started learning. I started learning on Duolingo. It's just modern Hebrew, and I fell in love with the language through Duolingo. Shortly after I started on Duolingo, though, I found the congregation I'm a part of now, which is called Beth Elohim. It's a Hebrew Nazarene congregation, and they are, as a collective, learning biblical Hebrew and learning the language and gematria and really understanding the deep understandings of what the language is trying to communicate. That's what we pick apart in that congregation, is directly out of scripture, not these, like, ideas, like preachers in Sunday will go up and pull little verses to suit their agenda and, like, teach you this idea about how to be a better Christian. And, like, to a certain extent, obviously, we're learning about how to please the Father. That's part of everybody's life. But we really go right to scripture, and we dig apart the texts themselves to the original language so that no man can tell us the meaning. Because if we're able to read the original language, it can't be faked. It's the congregation I'm a part of is not in person yet. I just meet with them online. We have like an online gathering platform on WhatsApp. We have an entire community where we have small group Bible studies and questions, and we have prayer sessions, and we have teachings, and we have, they're going to be doing, like, actual Hebrew classes and stuff. But it's all online right now. It's all over the world. There's a group there's collections. Some are in the UK. A bunch of them are all over the United States. Some in Canada, but all over the world, pretty much. And there's about 100 and something of us, low 100 something. But yeah, and I went and met with them in Texas in November, and I was immersed in the true names, and which is when I was given, through leading of the Ruach HaKodesh, I was given the name Uriah, which is the light of Yahuwah, or Yahuwah is my light. Yah is my light, essentially. So yeah, that was with this congregation. I found them early last year, and so much of my blessing anointing has to do with this congregation. So yeah, that's that. That's where I'm learning Hebrew. If you're curious about biblical Hebrew and being able to read the texts and really learn what's in scripture outside of what's taught in the church, you need to find a community. And the only one I've ever found in my life, up to when I found it, was Beth Elohim. Now that I found it, I can see the honey glow on you. I don't know what that means, to be honest with you. I don't know how to interpret that, but I think it's a compliment. I don't know. Anyway, I know there are more congregations out there in truth. There are people that are not in congregations. Oh, I see. There are people that are not in congregations of Beth Elohim that also have truth that I have found. But Beth Elohim is my home, and I know without a doubt that it's where I've been called. So if you're curious, and the things that Shoot, I had to miss the last 15 minutes. Oh, you're good. A lot of the last probably 10 minutes has been kind of questions and stuff, because my husband tried to call. And we took he hasn't answered back. I messaged him on Facebook, but anyway, yeah, that was a little bit of tidbit. Do you guys want to, are you guys still good? I could put a pin in this and we can save it for another day, or I can keep going with the rest. It's been a while already, so it's a good stopping point. I don't know what you want a break? Oh, people who are in the chat, I want to get a good idea of, would you rather have a break and we can come back, or would you want me to keep going? Call your husband. I can. It's he is on his way back probably from another town. All right, I'm gonna see if there's any last. No, actually, I either have to stop now or I have to keep going and finish, because the rest is about healing. The rest is about how do we apply this logic and this new understanding to our life. How do we consciously take this understanding and apply it in our relationships? How do we, yeah. So it's a whole thing. Keep going. Okay, just do it. I just got here. If you decide to say this message is for me. Yay. Okay. And I honestly, if people are here, I have no guarantees. I'm moving tomorrow. Right now I have this set up, but we are going to be getting established in the new apartment and all sorts of crazy stuff. And who knows when the next time is that I'll be able to do this. So let's just get to it. Healing. What is it? What does this all mean? If we can apply the logic that we are all computers, and we are all literally living in our own reality. We are all living in this own perception, and the reality we live in is controlled by the level of perception we have. Knowing that everybody is existing in their own reality, you have to then understand that when you are looking at other people, if you're married, you have a spouse, right? The version of your spouse that exists in your head is literally just a fabricated version of them. It's not them. It is your own perceptions, mental image projected. And the flip side, so that applies to every single human being, every single thing that you're interacting with. You're not actually seeing anything exactly as it is. Nothing. Certain people can show you more truth more true versions of themselves, and you'll get more clear pictures of who people are. But you will never and can never, unless you're God, perceive everything clearly, including those you love, including yourself, right? So the version of your mom that you have in your head, that you grew up with, is literally, you can look at, if you are a wounded, broken person, the version you have of your spouse in your head, if you're fighting and miserable, whatever, the version you have in your head of a spouse is going to be a manipulative, selfish, miserable person. And while there might be a lot that they're showing you that would justify why you're perceiving them that way, just like how we react in our subconscious state, everybody around us is reacting in a subconscious state. When you are in a higher state of being, when you are actually aware of the fact that your emotional experience doesn't define your reality, you should be able to then apply that to everybody else and realize they are living in their own reality. Their own reality. And thank you for the subscription and the gift. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're living in your own reality. And if you decide in any moment to take your perception as fact, that's when you're wrong. Right? Think about it. The moment you decide that in your head you can say, I know them, you're putting a limit on them, you're casting a spell on them in your own head. You're literally limiting how your brain will continue to process. So if you look at your failure of a father, I have daddy issues, okay? I don't talk to my biological father. I haven't in years, but it's not because I don't hate him. I literally have reached out, and it's his own choice. He doesn't, it is what it is. I could look at my father and all the crazy things that I had to deal with as a child growing up, and the scars that I was left with. And I could look at him as if he's just a jerk, miserable failure of a father. He couldn't love me, and he didn't treat me the way that I deserve to be treated. All things that are true. But I'm deciding to look at my father as if he is all the wrong that he did to me, right? I'm choosing to look at him through my own perception goggles, and therefore the way I will look at my father for the rest of my life as a jerk, deadbeat, didn't love me, didn't care for me, dad. That's what people are trapped in their minds. And it's because they're taking their perceptions, what they've experienced, and they're applying labels, and they are letting those labels define the entire reality that they're living in. This is the hardest lesson to live. It's your own ego. Yep. It's a little bit of that, a little bit of ego. The Holy Spirit has been telling me not everything is so black and white with people. Yep. So, when you reach true enlightenment, true awakening is the ability to look at others and realize that while my experience is my own, I am processing this reality in my own self, completely separated from everybody else's reality. You're able to sit with your own emotions, process your own emotions without having to deal with juggling the emotions of others, because you're not worried about what they're feeling and thinking and whatever, because it doesn't matter. You cannot change the perception of others. So if you're stuck in people pleasing and trying to get people to like you, and you're so worried about what people think, you're bowing your own identity and your own reality to the opinions of others. You're literally, rather than just focusing on your own reality experience, you're trying to think about also managing the reality of everybody else around you. And you're not meant to do it, okay? The human being is not meant to be consciously aware of your reality as well as consciously aware of the realities of others. And a narcissist, somebody who's really insecure, somebody who's super reactive, somebody who kind of can't see more than just their own issues, they are reactive. They are reactive because you are challenging the reality that they're living in. You are forcing them to come into this state of confusion that I mentioned before, right? Confusion isn't fun for anybody, especially a narcissist, because confusion was what led them into their demonic bondage, right? Confusion of, why is this happening to me? This hurts. This doesn't feel good. This person's supposed to love me. It's the same mental processes. They are reacting in the same habits of, what you're presenting to me as truth doesn't line up with my reality. Therefore, like a narcissist says it's false, right? Because their reality is all they can perceive. When you are faced with truth, at any point in your life, this is something that we all have to do. A part of awakening is learning to let go of a lie. Because throughout our entire lives, over and over and over again, we are faced with truth that makes us uncomfortable. And when people are faced with truth and they choose to believe a lie instead, it's because they can't handle the fact that their own perception, their own reality is a false one. They are literally living in this delusion that they can see clearly. They are living in a delusion that they have all the answers. They cannot be faced with truth outside of their own reality without thinking you're crazy. Because in their mind, you literally are nuts. You literally said something that isn't true to them. It's true to you because your perception shows you things clearly. It's completely a fabricated lie to them. A lot of people think that narcissists and manipulators do it all on purpose, that it's just like this intentional, how can I just twist and hurt and stab? No. 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 And the division and the hatred towards narcissism and demonic bondage, they'll never get free. Never do it. They are trapped in their own reality, and it's a miserable one. They are trapped as a child in this reality that no one loves them, that they're not lovable, that no one will ever actually care for them or respect them or cherish them, that they will be worth nothing, that they can do nothing, and that everything that they express on the outside is literally a defense mechanism. A narcissist is the most broken person. That's why. It's not because they're evil. Yep, they have demonic bondage. They weren't born with the demonic bondage, okay? The only reason they have the demonic bondage is because they were hurt worse than you were. Can you handle that? They were broken to the point of the only way that they could survive without losing their minds was to put all of their worth on the outside of themselves and hide everything that's inside because they feel like it is truly unlovable and there's nothing that they can do to be truly loved and accepted. That is a narcissist. That is a demonic person that is trapped. And the longer you look at them like they're the enemy and you, like, yep, they will hurt you. If you don't know what you're dealing with, they will destroy you. I have been in I've dealt with more narcissists than normal people, okay? It's why I know the things I do. The Father gave me the traumas that I've been given so that I could see the patterns. He had me walk the life that I could walk so I could be here today talking with you, okay? The reason why a narcissist is undefeated most of the time is because in order for a narcissist to be defeated is they need a real unconditional love encounter. Not the broken kind of unconditional love that women get into or men get into when they give themselves endlessly trying to please a narcissist. That's enabling. That's worshiping the narcissist. That's not unconditional love. That is unconditional self-sacrifice for no reason. That's signing up for the abuse, and that's a trauma bond, and that's not your fault because I was in it, okay? I'm not judging you, but that's not unconditional love. Unconditional love knows how to put up boundaries. Unconditional love knows how to keep the peace without letting the manipulation techniques cause us to react. When a narcissist spirit, this is what's gonna, like all you chosen people who are watching, I guarantee you chosen people have had your hands with a narcissist. Guarantee it. There are people in here who have the call of being a remnant, who are being risen up, and I guarantee you have experience with narcissists. Because it is a divine, especially if you're married to one, and you're chosen and you're married to one, it's not an accident, okay? People want to tell you that it's just abuse and you got to get out of it. There are situations that cannot be, like, please understand that I'm not advocating that you stay in an abusive relationship because I've also been physically abused. I have had a man tell me he would kill me, okay? Certain situations you got to get out of, okay? But the narcissist that is a wounded child is not the same. And when a narcissist is drawn to an empath, drawn to a chosen vessel, I'm not talking about just an empath who thinks they're an empath, but really just, there are empaths and there are chosen, and then there are people who think that they're empaths and chosen, and there's a big difference, okay? And this is just gonna, whatever. Somebody who is truly chosen, a narcissist will find, because it is a divine meeting. The chosen went through traumas, and had the father not personally rescued the chosen, they would have become a narcissist. Check me if I'm wrong. How many of you guys have gone through traumas, and rather than turning and becoming self-bitter, it turned you into the light that you are today? That's me. Narcissistic parents raise narcissistic children. So why am I the way that I am? And why are some chosen the way they are? Okay. It is because narcissistic parents, this whole cycle is created because it's to create the narcissist and the chosen. Okay? The narcissist will destroy every relationship that they are in until they meet a chosen vessel. And when a narcissist meets a chosen vessel, they have met their match. Either the narcissist will, on their own free will, peace out because they can't control the chosen. They will, on their own, peace the frick out because they've encountered the first person in their life that they can't manipulate. They've encountered the first person in their life that they can't pick apart their identity. They've encountered the first person in their life that knows their identity. Here's the thing. When I was in my first relationship, I was a chosen, but I was not an awoken chosen. I had no idea, and I let my narcissistic, sociopathic, abusive, like, it's not just narcissism. My first marriage, like, he sold my body for money, and there's lots of things wrong with my first marriage that wasn't just narcissism, but I wasn't awake in that one. Had I been awake, I would have handled things a lot differently. But once a chosen wakes up to their light and they're given that balance, their grounding, their identity, it cannot be shaken. It's like riding a bike. Once you learn your balance, you don't lose it. You have your grounding. So at that point, if a narcissist and a chosen come into contact, it is an inevitable dance of the narcissist will quit or the narcissist will be delivered. It's the only two paths, okay? And the reason why an empath is assigned all the traumas and is assigned such a burden of light is because the people who are narcissists, most of them actually have really big calls on their life. Now, this is something you're going to have to hear, guys. Narcissists are attacked from a young age to take them out before they could mature. Let it sink in. Just like any level of gifting, if a light is born into this world, the enemy will try to snuff it out. And you chosen are evidence of that. But the grace of the Creator stepped in and from a young age sheltered you. And instead of becoming an empath, that energy turned you in, or instead of becoming a narcissist, that energy turned you into an empath. Why? Because you are the divine counterpart for the narcissist. If a narcissist has a calling on their life, and that's the reason they are attacked at a young age, the calling doesn't go away just because they're bondage. And unfortunately, with this whole rise in narcissism of once a narcissist, always a narcissist and all that, what it's doing is forcing people, it's literally putting people in a box, in a label that they are just broken beyond repair. And most of those people are highly gifted with a call on their lives, and they were just taken out. They're just bonded and chained, not able to get to their full potential that would be massive had they not had the attack. Twin flames. There you go. That's a new age concept. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay? It's not from the enemy. There are people that are destined to meet because there's a divine calling. Okay? A twin flame is... if we all vibrate at a frequency, every single one of us is given a spark. We're all given a spark of life. A twin flame in the New Age mindset or understanding is this: one soul from the spirit realm was split into two souls and put into two separate bodies. And in the worldly understanding, there's a divine masculine and there's a divine feminine energy. And in this twin flame understanding is that they are... Now, the twin flames also believe in reincarnation and that, like, you have infinite number of lives to find your soulmate, and that twin flames are different than a soulmate. There's so much of it that's not true. Because if it points you to, like, you're going to be reincarnated and you'll have infinite number of lives to find your twin flame, that's a lie. Okay? You get one life. What is true is the Father will anoint people and give them the same frequency that manifest like twin flames. And it's usually divine masculine and divine feminine. And the divine masculine is the narcissist most of the time. Divine feminine is the empath. The divine masculine usually runs, leaves, denies, unstable, kind of like just floating around, getting tossed around by the world until the divine feminine figures it out. Once the divine feminine wakes up, once the divine feminine figures out her role, the empath, once the empath figures out that the narcissist can't affect them, once the empath wakes up to their true calling, then that's when the divine masculine or the narcissist is forced to either step away for good or look, it's either I can't control this person and I'm going to peace out, or hey, what's this? This is not like anything I've experienced before, ever. I want to look a little deeper. And that's the divine call of an empath. If you are given traumas and traumas and traumas and you're married to somebody you would consider a narcissist, it's because your partner has a call in their life, and it's your job, woman, wife, to get your narcissist husband away from bondage so that he can step into his true calling. That's your job. You are the missing rib unto a man that is traumatized. But the heaviness of his traumatization is equal to the amount of anointing on his life. The amount of trauma that somebody goes through is equal to the amount of anointing on their life. Single out all the men, why don't ya? Well, just like how a Jezebel spirit can show up in a man or a woman, masculine energy and feminine energy can show up in two different people technically. A narcissist and an empath can have the roles reversed. It doesn't necessarily have to be the man and the woman. It's just this concept of there's a balance, there's an order. For every dark, there is a light to match it in an intensity, okay? For every light, there's a darkness that will match it in intensity. Every little bit of blessing you achieve in this life, you must first walk through trials of equal intensity. That's why the meek will inherit the earth. It's all scripture. All, like, I'm telling you guys, the Bible, Torah, scripture, it's the only way you find all this stuff. It's the only place that has all of it. Now, it's all coded, it's all hidden, you really have to dig, you really have to look with intention, but yeah. I'm a man and you are resonating with my experience, just saying. Yeah, well, women can be narcissists too. The Jezebel spirit, manipulation originally is a feminine trait. That's not from the man. Men are strong and can beat the crap out of people. Strong men don't need to manipulate. That's a woman's trait. That's why weak men are manipulative. It's because it's the feminine energy. If a man is in his masculine, he doesn't need to be manipulative because he's a man. He's a masculine energy gifted with the divine ability to make stuff happen in this world. He doesn't have to manipulate anything because he's a man made in the image of the Most High. And that's the twist of a lot of people. Men become manipulative because they think that they don't have that call in their lives. They think they have to manipulate to get what they want instead of just being who they are. It's only a sick man who is manipulative. Women are either filled with grace and wisdom or they're harlots. Women all through scripture were the ones that were misleading. Women were the ones that, like, scripture warned about of lying, manipulating, deceit, idolatry, sexual promiscuity. Believe it or not, it's not the dudes that are the problem, it's the women. It's the women, which is why scripture is really sure, like, a inheritance comes from fathers, but a good wife is from the Most High. A woman who fears Yahuwah is to be praised. Because a woman is either filled with grace and wisdom or the opposite of grace and wisdom. Negative manipulation, Jezebel spirit, that's feminine. Men aren't supposed to be manipulative whatsoever. Can an empath / divine feminine have a Jezebel spirit? Like, healing could be a part of that. Empaths most likely would have an Ahab spirit. So the narcissist is the Jezebel, and the empath, when they're asleep, is an Ahab spirit. So where this comes from, like, a lot of Christians will talk about it, but it comes from Old Testament times where there was a king, not of Judah, but of Israel, king of Israel named Ahab, and he had a wife named Jezebel. Ahab wasn't necessarily the most wicked of people. There were kings before and after him that intentionally did more wicked things than Ahab did. Ahab's problem was that he married Jezebel, and this is exactly why the spirits show up. Jezebel was the wife. Technically, she had no power and authority in the kingdom, yet she took control, manipulated the situation, gave her husband Ahab everything that he wanted, and all Ahab had to sit and do was to sit back and let the Jezebel run the show. Jezebel had people killed. Jezebel lied. Jezebel manipulated. Jezebel was Jezebel was the one that killed all the prophets of Yahuwah. Jezebel was the one that set up idolatry, and Jezebel is the controller and manipulator. But guess what? Ahab was the king, and he had the power and authority to stop what the Jezebel was doing. But what an Ahab spirit does is exactly what Ahab did, which is shut up, don't stand up for yourself, don't stand up for what is right, you don't have authority here, you don't actually wear the pants here. If you are with a Jezebel spirit, and if you're with a narcissist, and that's a Jezebel spirit, probably Leviathan as well, and if you find yourself not able to set boundaries, not able to stand up for yourself, always confused, always second guessing yourself, always serving them and trying to please them and keep them happy. And if you find yourself defending them, even though you know what they're doing is wrong, and then you find yourself leaving and then going back and then leaving and going back, or that you leave that relationship and then you find yourself with another narcissist, that's an Ahab spirit. The Jezebel spirit attacks the narcissist, and the Ahab spirit usually attacks the empath, and they're meant to keep that dynamic duo toxic. Which in all reality is remarkable, that when a narcissist is healed and when an empath is healed, that is a true anointing. But those demonic spirits will do everything they can to make that the most toxic and twisted relationship as possible. Ahab and Jezebel, they come in pairs. And the times that Jezebels get pissed off is when they really want to force their partner to take on the Ahab spirit. When they really want to control their partner and they can't. When they can't get their partner to take on the Ahab spirit, that's when they get pissed. That's usually when they leave. Unless you're a true chosen and the light of the Creator shines through you and perfect love casts out all fear. That's the only salvation for a narcissist. This is really, really resonating. Well, I'm glad. It's now been, I can't even remember what time I went live, 1:30? This has been quite a live stream, guys. But I'm glad that you guys are here for it, because I knew that it had to be discussed, and I'm hoping that those who are receiving it are able to then take this and apply this new understanding to their lives. And I really believe that it'll shift things for you guys. All right. So now that we've talked about the narcissist spirit, let's talk about traumas. Because we already know that a narcissist is just a traumatized child, right? When we act in our emotions, whatever, childhood traumas, adult traumas, our subconscious state, which controls 88% of our action, our subconscious state operates on our traumas. So what are traumas? This is like, what are traumas? What happens in your brain, and how do we heal them? Right? This is getting to the application part of our study. I'm getting a blanket because in order to go live, I have to turn my heat off because the heater is so loud. And so it's cold now. It's cold in this apartment because I have the heat off. Adultery, then it's grounds for divorce, correct? Technically, yeah. Technically, if you want to have grounds for divorce, technically, adultery is the infidelity, adultery, sexual immorality is the only biblical grounds to divorce according to the Messiah, technically. But he also said that it was only allowed according to your hard hearts, technically. So yeah, you could legally get a divorce after adultery. But you have to take that before the Father if you're called to leave, because there are certain people that are just in straight abusive relationships, and then there are those that are in marriages that they're called to be in because you're with a narcissist who will wake up. Only you can decide that for yourself. All right, so we're going to get into traumas and what actually happens. This is something that I came to the realization with actually just the other day because of an experience that my husband went through. My husband was on Tuesday or Wednesday? It was Tuesday. Tuesday of this week, he was driving down to Philly to go to, there was an Ignite conference. It's a Christian conference thing in Philadelphia, I think. I think it is. On the way down, there was an accident, car accident, and it was a vehicle full of men on their way down. It was just a group of guys going down to this conference. The group of guys pulled over. My husband was in this group, and in this accident was a man. He ended up passing a man who the front, it had been completely crushed. The vehicle was completely crushed, and my husband was the one that tried to, like, it had just happened, right? So this guy was still warm, all right? And my husband unbuckles this guy. He's covered in blood. Super traumatic experience. To the point that, like, my husband wasn't even aware of certain of the things that he saw. Like, I had to explain to him that the guy was brain dead. He already had bits of, like, this is going to be TMI. He already had bits of his brain becoming soup, okay? This man was he was already physically dead when they found him, okay? But he was still warm. He still had a pulse. And I believe that entire car of people that, even though they're Christians and they don't believe the exact same things that I do, I know my husband follows the same God I do. He's just not quite where we're just still figuring out truth together. But my husband he's covered in this man's blood. He felt the pulse of this man at first, prayed for him. Now I feel worse that you didn't call. Aw, don't feel like that. They're on their way back. He's got my daughter. I'm sure he's was letting me know, and he didn't respond with anything. But we'll see him soon. If it was important, he would have called me multiple times or something. But anyway, so he is essentially put into a situation where it's one of the most, like, I remember him, he messaged me with how crazy everything was and what affected him, and he was like, it shook him. It shook him because it was something he'd never experienced, and they were all praying for him, and they really wanted this guy to make it. He didn't end up making it. But then last night in bed, my husband was talking to me, and I'm not going to share lots of details, but my husband's dealing with something now after this experience that is indicative of PTSD. And it all clicked, okay? What is trauma? What happens to your brain after trauma? And how do you heal from it? All clicked last night because I watched it in my husband's life. So I'm gonna no longer use my husband as an example because it's just privacy, I guess, to be honest. Did they pray for him to come back? They prayed. I'm telling you, he was already brain dead. What I believe is his spirit might have still been there. If his brain was dead, but his body was still hanging on, like maybe he held on long enough to where he was able to, even if our eyes and ears, literally, this is the remarkable, like, you are not your perception, right? So if this boy was brain dead, but his spirit was still present, it's possible that his consciousness was truly aware of the men that were praying for him. But essentially, this man died in my husband's hands, essentially. And that was traumatic, and it changed my husband's brain. And not anything crazy, but just, it's PTSD. It is what your brain does after a trauma. So we're going to explore what it happens. I asked before you answered, sorry. Sending hello. Okay, so when you're traumatized, this goes for whether you're an adult, because I experienced watching my husband be traumatized and how, like, it's affected his brain. When adults are traumatized, you can go into Army veteran, seeing active combat, sees traumatic things, and then comes back with PTSD and can't hear certain things or see certain things without being triggered. That's PTSD. PTSD can show up as somebody had a near-death experience and now they're seeing dead people. It can be anything that is, something happens and then suddenly the brain is different. That's trauma. The moment of the trauma is the moment when your brain changes itself, essentially. So we all go in this reality. We're all just moving around in this reality, not wanting to be hurt, wanting to be happy. And you're born in this life as a child, innocent, not expecting to be hurt, and you just love your parents unconditionally, you trust them, and that's what you're born with, that's what you're given. So as a child, when you are faced with this inner knowing that you're worthy of love, that you're worthy of care, and you're worthy of somebody to protect you, and you know that to be true, but yet your parents show you a reality that doesn't line up, eventually what happens is, whether it's one super traumatic experience or prolonged abuse, eventually it becomes too much. Either the single traumatic experience, or over time, the brain gets to the point where it says, I'm going to have an absolute meltdown, and I'm going to lose my sanity, and I'm going to have a breakdown, I'm going to die. That's what your brain tells itself. It's, I'm going to die if I don't fix myself here because I can't handle what's going on. I can't physically handle the reality I'm faced with right now because it doesn't line up, and I can't. And in that moment, whether it's because your parents have neglected you and neglected you and neglected you and neglected you, this is how a narcissist is formed, this is childhood trauma. At some point the narcissist says, or the child says, I'm not lovable. I'm not worthy of love. And in order to accept a fake reality, it's what makes them make sense of their reality, what their internal experience is, doesn't line up to their perception, so they have to, their brain has to make up a lie so that they can continue existing in this world without absolutely losing their mind. The narcissist latches onto this lie that you're unlovable. No one really loves you. No one's going to protect you. No one ever loved you, and no one ever will, and you'll never be good enough, and everyone will judge you and hate you, and nobody's going to really love the inside you, so you just have to be fake. That is literally a narcissist, and that's how traumas work. At that point, your brain decides to make up a lie in order to keep existing. That's a trauma. That's what trauma is. At any point, you're faced with something that's overwhelming, and your brain is like, nope, 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 don't want this, can't handle this, nope. It splits. You can either go in reality that hurts. You can either walk the truth that hurts, or your brain splits itself, only slightly different. It's not even like that noticeable, because it's not like a narcissist suddenly looks at his mom or his and just no longer is attached to them. It's not like their reality really changes all that much. It's just a little bitty different, just a little bitty lie, so that they can keep on going. And the exact same is the case of whether it's childhood traumas, or you have a near-death experience, or you kill somebody on the battlefield, or you see people die, and you literally, no matter what it is, physical abuse, sexual abuse, childhood abuse, narcissistic abuse, I don't care what it is, trauma is trauma. And what it is your brain not able to handle the reality that's being put towards you. Your brain is forced to put a fake reality that you now live in that's just slightly different from truth, and because it's the only way that your brain could keep going. That's the physical representation. Now, what's actually happening in your brain? This is how I know that this must be the father, because I don't know if what I'm saying is actually scientifically proven. I have biology and chemistry background. I do have some understanding enough to know, like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. But I don't actually know if what I'm about to share is true. I just know that it resonates in my spirit, and this is what the Father is showing me. So if this is resonating for you, I believe this to be true. At the moment you have trauma, the moment your brain says, nope, reality, what I'm observing I don't like, so I'm literally changing my perception. Your brain is saying, I don't like the reality I'm observing, so let's just change this up a bit. We'll perceive this a little bit differently, and then our reality will be different. Your brain is now creating new neural connections. The connections that you are born with as a narcissist, the connections you are born with as a child that teach you love and trust and nurturing, and the connections that are healthy are severed. They're either wounded and they have like thorns and they're not able to actually function correctly, or your brain literally, just like a concussion. I've had 5 concussions. A concussion just shakes your brain around and makes it really stressed, and then it releases a bunch of chemicals to rewire itself to move forward in a way that your brain can understand. That's what's happening with your traumas. Your brain has no other choice. It's not a conscious decision. It's not something that you can choose. It's literally your brain is, I have no idea what I'm experiencing, and it's beyond what I can handle. My consciousness is not prepared for what I'm dealing with right now. Therefore, I must be experiencing it incorrectly, and my brain needs to change itself so that I can perceive correctly. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Yes. Just like anything in life is a choice, and changing our mind is key. Yes, yes, yes. Basically, your brain, the connections that are supposed to be there, do like this thing. Your neurons are like little arms, okay? Signal comes in here and it's transferred out. But these arms can move around, and all of these little branches can connect to other little arms, right? That's a network, your neural network. You've got neurons here, and then you can have other neurons here, and it creates this web of consciousness. Your neural network is just the electrical processes of how you're processing information. It's electrical processes going from your eyes into your brain. This is why humans are computers. This is why it's all related. Every bit of your perception is controlled by your brain, right? So it doesn't matter how well your eyes are working. If your brain tells you something, it doesn't matter. When you're traumatized, not only does it affect how you think and how you react, traumas will literally cause you to perceive, which is why people can see things and think it's real, because to them, it's real. It's in their reality. Just because you don't experience it in your own reality does not mean it's there. It's literally what their brain is telling them is very, very much real. People can see and hear things that other people can't. It's because your traumas are doing it to you. You create new neural pathways, and normally what this does is, rather than focusing on moving forward and your self-worth and your desire to fight for yourself and your ability to focus and plan and strategize, or your memory, your ability to socialize, all these things that your brain should be investing in, when you're traumatized, those networks have to reform to keep you safe. They have to reform to keep you safe. And where the energy used to go towards the things they should be going to, now they're all based in your fight or flight mode. All of your triggers, your perception, your eyes are triggered to your fight or flight mode. Your eyes are literally now wired in such a way that everything is a threat. Your eyes are in such a way, your ears are wired in such a way, your everything is in such a way. It literally can affect how you feel pleasure. Your body is now wired in such a way. It's why trauma and narcissistic abuse can cause problems. Narcissistic abuse, this is literally, if you've been on my page a lot, I've shared multiple videos about narcissistic abuse, and I share a product. It's not linked, but I'm not making stuff up. Oh boy, I'm not making stuff up when I share about products, about reforming forming neural connections. It's because it's all related, okay? You need to form new neural connections. You need to get rid of the ones that tell you that everything is a threat, that tell you like that your main focus needs to be on survival, because at any point you're going to be hurt again. At any point you're going to be traumatized again. That, I'm 1 week with Ormus. It works. Yeah. Lots of things all over TikTok. And I've recommended multiple products, but like colloidal gold, I literally have said, I think it's the most important product that is available on the TikTok shop. I don't care what kind of detox you need. I don't care what kind of imbalances you have. We are all copper deficient. We're all magnesium deficient. We all need vitamin D. Literally, this life is designed to make you as deficient, as sick as possible. There's so many products that people need now to be healthy, because this world is disgusting and sick. But the one I will recommend more than anything else, I'm just going to start making it. I was actually talking to my husband today. I'm going to start making colloidal gold and putting it in my face creams. I do organic grass-fed beef tallow. I'm going to start making colloidal gold, because this colloidal gold helps to reform neural connections. It decalcifies your pineal gland, and it speeds up your synapse rate. It literally, from ancient cultures, has been known to help that process. Now, your brain can heal itself, because the creator made it to be. And what is absolutely remarkable is that if this world didn't intentionally try to make us sick, we would never be sick. Think about that. The only reason why our bodies don't work perfectly the way they're designed is because the world we live in is designed to make us sick. The system that we're in, the information that we feed us, the food that we're given from the point of our birth, okay, the water supply that we have coming into our water systems, everything, including all the food at the grocery stores, including every little bit of pharmaceutical medicine, everything that's taught in the medical systems, taught in schools, is funded by the same people who make all the money, who want us sick, okay? Your body should be able to heal. And what is absolutely remarkable, do you know why they have to poison our water and our food and our air and our medicines and our tampons and everything else? It's because the one who is in us is actually greater than the one that's in the world. And despite the fact that they can give us the jab that changes our genetics, despite the fact that they can literally put microparticles now in our food, despite the fact that we can operate in this world that is designed to kill us, what is remarkable is when you submit yourself to the power of the Almighty, none of those things actually matter. They don't. Because the Almighty, just like how he wrote the code for all reality, in an instant, he can turn a water molecule into a carbon one if he wants to. It's all code to him. To him, it's all the same. It's all him. He was the first source. Nothing exists outside of him. Everything below him is literally just lower versions of himself. He can control every atom in your body, and the only reason you don't disintegrate into nothingness now is because he's continually giving you his spark of life. He's continually giving you his breath. If he took your breath, if he took his breath from you, you would die. And yet human beings think that they can win. Human beings will spend billions of dollars, centuries building a system to build a trap, and yet it's still not enough. Truly, the only thing they can do is to keep us mentally trapped. That's the key of it all. That's literally why it doesn't matter what you're like. It, so much so that until you take the mark of the beast, there is nobody that is too far gone. Narcissists are not too far gone. Murderers are not too far gone. Everybody on this earth is born of pure vessel, and they are given demonic spirits. Through what traumas Why does perfect love cast out fear? Why are we called as believers of the Most High to operate unconditionally? Why are we called to pray for our enemies? Why did Yeshua come to tell us the things that we do? Because love is the only way. Love and trust in the Most High is how you live in this world, free from bondage, in a healthy vessel, healthy mind, body, and spirit, despite the poison around you. It's possible. You're not going to find that in the Christian church, though. It's nothing against Christians. It's just that the institution of Christianity doesn't give you the tools to live bondage-free. Mercy, forgiveness. Yep, that's another part of. You want to know how to overcome your traumas? Now we know what traumas are, right? You mentioned forgiveness. Truth bombs with Brina, I actually don't know how to. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but truth bombs. Yep, forgiveness. I made a video recently. Traumas, we just discussed, are formed when your brain can't process reality, and it literally creates new neural pathways. It creates thorns on your brain. It slows down your thought processes. The more tabs you have open, yada, yada, yada. I talked about the colloidal gold and helping you form new neural pathways. But there is a special cell in your body that is released. It's called a glial cell. Your glial cells are part of your central nervous system. They are the smallest cells in the human body next to the sperm. And a glial cell is like a cleaner, maintenance worker. They are the ones that control the blood-brain barrier. Glial cells are the ones that clean up the dendrites of your neural pathways when they start to be burdened down. They're the ones that help you create your neural pathways. Glial cells are the ones that actually line up alongside your neurons as a cushion. Like there's like a cushion between the neurons made of glial cells. Everything involving the function of your brain and moving forward and overcoming and creating new neural pathways, you cannot heal without glial cells. You can take certain substances that'll release glial cells. L-theanine is a good one. But the only way that your body will naturally release glial cells is when you can look at your traumas and you forgive. Forgiveness is scriptural, but it's also biological. Forgiveness is when you look at the traumas and you say it no longer has power over me. Forgiveness is saying you did wrong. You don't you don't deserve forgiveness, but I'm choosing to say the wrong you did to me has no power over me any longer. What you said to me no longer has power over me because I know you're just your own human experiencing life in your own reality, trapped in your own consciousness. You are miserable because your mind tells you you're miserable, and guess what? It's all because of your own traumas, and it's all because of your own issues. So when you look at your traumas and you give other people grace, and you give yourself grace, you can't be truly healed if you forgive everybody else but you hate yourself. That's another thing too. Like there's so many people that think they are like self-sacrificial and they give themselves endlessly, but they hate themselves. That's not healing. That's your identity being found in acceptance of others. In order to be fully, truly healed, in order for your traumas to be healed, it requires you to be able to look at it, reconcile the pain that you felt, remove yourself from it and say, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that I went through that pain, no matter what my brain tells me that it is my fault. Even if I made a mistake to get me to there, it's not my fault. You have to get to a point where you look at it all as it's not my fault. Because I was operating in that moment with what I had, with the perception that I had, with the bondage that I had. Nobody wakes up and says, I'm going to make a bunch of mistakes today. Super excited for that. No. Every bit of guilt and shame that you've ever felt in your life is a lie. Because you are thinking as who you are now, with all your awareness, all your consciousness, everything you know now, but now you're going back into the past version of yourself and judging yourself. You're getting shame and guilt from a past version of you that no longer exists. That's bondage. You need to reconcile and forgive yourself, but you also need to reconcile and forgive others. You need to separate yourself from what is done to you. And here's where we go back to that confusion. If you got clouds of confusion in your head, it's literally, if you're fearful, if you're afraid of anything, if you're confused by anything, it is literally your own mind telling you you're perceiving things wrong. Take a look for a second. Just look a little deeper. Most people don't stop though. Most people just think, I'm in a cloud of confusion. I don't like it. I don't like it. I can't make sense of it. And it's just, that's all that they're aware of. No. Start to think. The moment you're confused, the moment you don't understand, it's because you're trying to deny a reality or you're perceiving something incorrectly. And if you sit with that and you ask yourself why over and over, and you go deeper and deeper and deeper, you'll figure out what you're afraid of. You'll figure out what it is that you're perceiving incorrectly. And in all reality, once you see clearly what you're scared of, once you see clearly like the reality or the lies, literally having eyes to see now gives you freedom. Oh. So this is why the power of the empath can completely obliterate anything that the narcissist can throw at it. Because a narcissist, while they are a strong enemy to fight, it's a strong demonic spirit. It's just a demonic spirit using a broken vessel that is weak. A weak, broken vessel cannot defeat one that's strong and solid and sure. The brokenness of their brain will end up being healed because you are able to stay in your truth long enough that they will literally spew at you words of hurt and garbage. You will literally see the demonic in their eyes. It won't matter. You will literally hear. If somebody says words at you and it's weaponized, it's not them. Just so you know, that's a demonic spirit. Anytime, especially if it's from a loved one, demons will literally weaponize the tongues of your loved ones to hurt you the deepest ways possible. Stop putting it as if it's that person hurting you. It's not. The version you have of them in your head is not even the real version. You're literally perceiving only what they're showing you. And when you're dealing with a demonically possessed person, all you're seeing is the fake. You're only seeing the broken. You're only seeing the wounded. And a truly enlightened person is able to look at somebody who's in their darkest, broken selves and remove them. Just like you are not your traumas, you are not your experience, you are not the hurt you've caused others, so is the next person, not their traumas, not their experiences, and not the hurt that they've caused to others. You have to understand that you cannot please everybody. You can't please a single person because there's not a single person on this life who knows you. Nobody. Nobody is going to perceive you because they can't. The only thing they have to go off of is what their brains are currently telling them about you. Visually, auditorily, physically. They're only able to perceive what their brains tell them to perceive. So if you're dealing with negative people, they perceive you in a way that isn't you. You're fighting not against them. It's not you fighting against them. You're literally fighting against the version of you that they have in their heads. That's their problem. It's not yours. You cannot change. You can't control how people perceive you. You can't. If you spin your wheels to try to continually make people like you, you are catering to the demons of others. You're catering to the perspective of others, and you literally give out your own identity over and over and over. We are not against flesh and blood. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the beauty of all of this, is that every single human being on this planet is given the spark of life, made in the image of the Most High, and has the breath of life. And they were born into this world, and some of them won't make it, Some of them have different destinies. But nobody's born evil. Not a single one is born evil. And it is simply traumas. That is it. It is simply traumas over the life that causes people to lose their true identity slowly and surely. And most people go their entire lives without ever recognizing, and then they wake up and they look back, and that's a midlife crisis or an end life crisis, because they realize, who am I? What have I done? I think this is pretty much the end of it, guys. I mean, I have a lot of notes. I have a lot more that, like, where the Torah comes into this, the true names, like where and why following the creator of all things is wisest, because it's literally like, if the Matrix was written by a programmer, then there's a manual. That is Torah. And it's not because it's a set of rules and stuff that is meant to restrict us. It's literally because the Matrix coder knows what's best. He knows how to not have demons attached to you. And he gives you rules to follow, and they might not make sense, but guess what? They are for your good, every single one of them. You can operate this life eating what you want, doing what you want, believing in a savior, but doing what you want, and you can have salvation, but it's riddled with demonic bondage and suffering, and you will be the least of these. If you claim salvation and you do not walk submitted to the Father, Scripture says that you will be the least of these in the kingdom of heaven. So there's another whole thing that is probably going to be for a later day, because now I have to go. I have to go to the bathroom. My husband's going to be home soon. He did just message me. They will be here in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to try to look at a last couple things, get some last touching points. I'm curious how you guys are feeling with all of it, because I talked about a lot for a while. Sorry, I'm messaging him now. Absolutely love it. Thank you for sharing. Loved it. Thank you. Oh, better turn that heat back on. I know. Let's see. 100% spot on. I was taking as much notes as I was able. I've learned a lot, or a lot of things clicked. Cool. I think there will be a part 2 to this, but it's really meant for those who want to walk in truth of the Most High. And I know that most of what I shared today can be applied by everybody, and my information is free to be had. You don't have to believe like me to learn from me. But I also know that there is going to be, I only covered probably half of the material. And the other half of the material is really only going to be applicable to those who are walking in truth and who want to submit to the Most High and not have their own guiding light, because it talks about like more the spiritual side of things. So I think I got farther than halfway, actually. I'm like scrolling through my notes. I talk about Torah. I talk about the true names, identity, all of that matters. Oh yeah, perception. Oh yeah. Okay, it is another whole thing. So there is going to have to be a part 2. We got through all of it that is applicable to everybody, though. I think we got through all of it's applicable to everybody. And the part 2, which will have to be on the... I missed the first half. Oh no. Well, it is going to be a long one, but technically TikTok records. Technically, it'll have a recording. I can't imagine making clips of it. It would just be too much. But I know that this, like, there was only like 20 something people here at the most. It was like 15 for a while, and people have come and go. So I know that like there's a few people who have been hanging out the whole time, and I know, and I I'm so thankful that you listened, because I know in my heart of hearts that it will help you guys. And I'm just so appreciative that I was able to help you in this way. But yeah, part 2 is going to be for those who want to take this knowledge and apply it and submit it. Not to take it and apply it to becoming your own God. Not to take, because here's the thing. You can be your own God. The Christian church wants to tell you that you can't be. You actually can. You have the ability to manifest in this reality because you were made in the image of the Creator. You have because you are given the senses you're given, because you are given the body you are given, you have the ability to literally manifest what you want in this reality simply by perceiving it differently, by choosing to take more power in your conscious state than your subconscious state, by healing your traumas and deciding to live in the reality that you want to live in. That's literally what it is. And that's applicable to anybody. But you can take that and you can use it for yourself, or you can take that and use it for the kingdom. And that's what's going to come next. So, yeah, I will absolutely retouch on all these things. Like, I still have notes, and what I'm probably going to do, like, I'm getting a Patreon account going, which will be my security in the event that TikTok bans my account again, which will probably happen. So I am just getting Patreon started, but I will have that as a platform to where I can have like my art studio. I have like art tutorials and like art lives, and I'll also have like spiritual conversations. I also want to have like a community, like people who are in this process of overcoming traumas and awakening and learning to live outside of everybody else's energy. Like this whole I want to make a community on an online platform where we can all like help each other and encourage each other and share experiences and have a safe space, because a lot of healing traumas involves communicating it, because your own brain doesn't process it when you keep it inside. You have to go through things to process. So I want to create a community where people can learn and grow and then talk amongst themselves and like learn from each other. And that just can't be found on TikTok, but TikTok is where like I think the Father's having me funnel people from. But yeah, if you like the link in my bio, you can technically go to the Patreon. I don't recommend subscribing to spend money yet, because I'm just getting started and I don't have a lot set up on there yet. But you can join for free, so that you're at least in tune. Maybe make a Discord. I thought about it. I thought about also like a completely different app, which would be crazy, but the app would have like a sales platform too, to where we can all find healthy products, like where I would sell like beef tallow and remineralizing toothpaste and laundry detergent that isn't toxic and deodorant that isn't toxic and healthy natural clothing and candles and soaps and whatever. I want to get a place that all of this stuff is found, but right now I'm in this place where like I'm just figuring it all out. I'm waiting for the Father to really show me how things continue. So that was it. I'm totally into all the stuff you mentioned. Cool. I have a feeling that like I really feel like that there are a lot of people that will be, and eventually I wanted to all come into a physical presence where we have a tiny home community, and I would help build tiny homes, and then we support businesses, and we have self-sustainability and a permaculture and missions. It's a whole dream. And my dream is really why I've been born, why I've walked the path that I've walked, is to help people overcome their traumas, to help people break free, to help people awaken, to help people live mind, body, spirit wholeness. It's why the Father put me on this earth. It's why he chose me to be born for such a time as this. I don't know what it's going to mean for my future. I just know that that's why I'm here. It's literally why I'm here. And this whole conversation, the last couple of days, is just proof. I cannot deny it. This stuff that I'm sharing with you guys, I'm not physically able to just think of all this stuff on my own. And if you have ever doubted of whether there is a creator of all things, like that should be proof enough. I should not know the things that I know. You should not know the things that you know now. But because there's a creator of all things and he is pouring out his wisdom on all flesh in these last days, we get to know some pretty cool things. So, damn, I've been here for a minute, like the whole time. What? Oh, you've been here the whole time? Cool. It's been quite a while. I mean, I went live, like, I think it was like 1:30. It's been a bit. Yeah, we made it. Congratulations to everybody who sat through this whole thing, because that was a lot. And yeah, I'm gonna shut my computer before I get distracted with anything else. We're not talking about anything else. We're gonna save the rest of the material for later, for some other time. And I'm so grateful that you guys, I'm so deep, it's why I exist. And like, when I'm able to bless others with my gifting, it is literally the greatest compliment. It is the greatest edification that I could ever receive. And the fact that you guys are blessed is all I need to know that I'm on the right track. It is all I need to keep going. It is all I need to continue to pursue whatever the Father gives me, because I know that it will inevitably be for you guys. It will inevitably be something that I can give you guys. So, yeah, that's it then, I guess. It's late, and, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yahuwah Barak Atah, which is, Yahuwah bless you. You know what? I'm going to pray for you guys, actually. I'm going to pray for you guys. If you're still on this chat, I'm going to pray for you, for those who have received and heard the words, because it's an energy. And like you have accepted. What you have just done is you have allowed the energy that I'm putting out to enter your gates and to affect your brain. You have allowed my energy into your being. That's what's happened. So if you are choosing to trust me in this, and what I'm saying resonates with you, I'm going to pray for you. And hopefully, I don't know. But yeah. I'm going to cover my head, because it's a new thing for me. Part of what scripture talks about is women covering their heads, not because it's sin. But I am showing in this moment that while I'm going to pray for you guys, this power, if there's any amount of power released from me because I'm praying, or if any of you feel anything because I'm praying, it's not from me. And I'm covering my head so that y'all know it's not coming from me. It's coming from the Most High. And there's no glory in this for me whatsoever. If you're touched in the mind, body, or spirit after me praying, you take that back to the Father, and that's your testimony. And I would love to hear about it. I would love to whatever, but I'm going to just pray. And I don't know anything you guys are going on. I don't know who's listening, but I know that there are those who have received the energy I've given. So I'm going to speak to those who know who you are, who receive and feel their biology changing, those who feel their mental processes changing because of the energy they received from me. Those people are who this prayer is for. And then I'm going to pray, and I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to not keep talking, I'm going to hang up the phone, I'm going to end the call, and I'm going to not keep getting distracted, okay? I think one thing that I'm not the most experienced when it comes to guiding people in prayer or guiding people in receiving of what the Father gives. But I am just going to share my own experience, okay? When we cross our hands, we are limiting the electricity flow. In biblical times, they either raised their hands like this to receive the blessing, to bless and be blessed, or they had their hands open like this and receiving. So I don't know which one. I would like you to either have your hands in the air or just to have your hands open like this, because I don't know what it is, if the Father's going to give anything, but I just want you guys to have a posture of receiving, I guess, okay? You've already received something from me, okay? That's already logical. Come expectant, and I don't know what's going to happen, okay? I don't know. I've never done this before. You guys are the first ones. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, okay? Abba. Abinuya, our Father, Yahuwah. Even if there are people listening to you today that do not know you yet as Yahuwah, I pray that they will soon. But if what they know you as right now is God or the Lord, Abba, I just ask that the people listening, wherever they're at, whatever part of the journey that they're on, Abba, you know exactly what I have spoken that's going to be the most important for each one of them to receive. So I ask first and foremost that you begin to highlight in their minds and in their spirits as they go about their evening, the rest of this evening, and as they sleep, Abba, and as they go about their day tomorrow, Abba, just like how you talk about how animals that are clean are the ones that chew the cud. These are animals that chew and chew and chew in order to digest the nutrients. And I just pray that the people who have heard my words today and have chosen to receive them, they don't just take it and then let it go, but that these seeds would fall on good soil and that they would not be taken by the lies of the enemy, that seeds of doubt don't come in to confuse and distract, but that these seeds would fall into good soil, and that the people who receive and hear what I'm saying would take the seeds and nurture them and grow them and chew the cud, and in this process to take the time to allow the energy to not just fill their minds, but they would allow the mind to make the journey 18 inches down into the heart, that the understanding would be so deep within them, so knowing that they're able to now have an anchor of truth, an anchor of self, an anchor of light, and an anchor of love, of just unconditional peace. Abba, I speak your shalom. Peace, shalom, into the minds, into the spirits, and into the hearts of every person who has heard me today. I ask that you give them a special pull on their hearts, a special call, that today would be a starting point for them. It would be the first of a domino that would propel them into their calling. That today is the day that they take their identity back. Today is the day that the lies come down. Today is the day that idols fall. That this process for these people today, Abba, that you pick them up out of the lies that this world has put them in, out of the labels that they have labeled themselves, Father, and that you wipe them clean. That the people who are hearing my voice become a fresh, clean slate and an empty cup before you. So that there's nothing of the enemy, nothing of this world, and nothing of self that prevents them from seeing as you see, perceiving as you perceive. Abba, because we know that we do not perceive all things. We prophesy in part. We see in part. This entire world is thinking they have it figured out, but Abba, let us be a people that says, I know nothing. Let us be a people that understands in any moment we know nothing. And at any point, our eyes could be lying. Our ears could be lying. At any point, we know that you could correct us. At any point, we submit ourselves to you to say, rewrite my reality. I choose to see through your eyes. I choose to see as you see, hear as you hear, feel as you feel. Abba, I just speak your Ruach, your living spirit, to start to enter into the minds of these people in a way that they've never experienced before, so they can see and feel your presence and your voice in their eyes. They can feel your presence in their ears. That the filter that's over their gates is no longer their traumas, but the filter that's over their gates is your Ruach HaKodesh, your truth, your light, the Torah. And even if they don't know what that means yet, Abba, just as you are all-knowing and all-powerful, and we can only grasp a shadow of your essence through Yeshua, that all that you know and all that you have for us. At any point, we only get to see a shadow. Let us be continually humble before you, and I just pray that the people listening to my voice would have a light, a spark within them, ignited now, different from before, to set them on their new path. I feel in their brains now, Abba, you are working and creating new neural pathways. I speak healing into traumas. I speak healing into physical wounds, mental wounds, emotional wounds. Anything, Abba, where the enemy has lied or told them their identity is false. Those barriers are breaking down today, and I thank you and I praise you that the people hearing my voice will be freed. I speak complete freedom into their lives. All bondage is removed. Demonic presence has no power among these people because, Abba, your awareness, you are giving them eyes to see, you are giving them ears to hear. Any demonic presence in their life knows that as of right now, their time is ticking. There's not a single demon in the presence, in the life of somebody hearing my voice that is not now given an eviction notice. Whether it happens right now and these demons are released at the sound of my voice by the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, if you will bring deliverance, do so now, Abba, but know that these demons, these lies, these twisted parts of their own perceptions that keep them trapped, Abba, they are evicted. This is their notice. Abba, I speak peace over those who will go through intense spiritual warfare now that they've come into this truth. I ask you to go before them and protect them, to cover them, because the enemy that's about to attack them now is something like they've never experienced before, because the enemy doesn't want truth. The enemy doesn't want freedom. The enemy does not want independent people that have a true guiding light, Abba, and what these people are about to become is such a powerhouse for your kingdom. Powerhouse for truth, a powerhouse of anointing and purpose. These people that are listening to my voice will be able to help others with what I'm helping them now. I just ask for their favor and blessing in their life now, Abba. All these things in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, the King of Glory. Amen. All right. And David and Addie are now here, so the prayer ended at the perfect time. And you want to say hi real quick?
Hi.
None. This is my kiddo.
Hi.
All right, guys. Yeah. I love you all. And I saw your armor. What? I'll be done shortly, I promise. Let's see. I don't know. Nope, not kidding. I saw your armor for a split second. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I really believe that for those who have been listening, like the Father's going to start doing some things in your life. So be prepared for like the blessings that come with that new mental awareness, but also the attacks that are going to come on your life. So just be prepared because it's going to happen. The enemy doesn't want you to get into truth. And the stuff that you're going to start understanding is going to make you a threat to the enemy. So just be prepared. But know that you are now given the tools. Like, you can't be tricked by the enemy now if you just sit and think about what I've talked about. There's no room for confusion. No room for fear. Go on love. Okay? Love is the only thing. All knowledge is love. Nothing that is truth is separate from love. So, yeah, the enemy's going to be scared. We are raising up warriors, essentially. We are tearing down. That's what's happening. We are tearing down strongholds. So, be edified, be equipped. You guys are meant for something too. I'm not alone in this. I can't possibly be alone in this. There's more of us that are being risen up. So, I will see you guys when the next time is that I go live. But I got to get to my family now because they're back. And I will see you guys soon. Love you all. Thank you for tuning in. All the support and the shares and all of it is so very much appreciated. Thank you for listening to me and hearing me and all that. I love you all. Yahuwah bless you. Yahuwah barakatah. Shalom, shalom to you all.